Hello guys, welcome to the first video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. So first of all, what is JavaFX? JavaFX is a media/graphics framework for creating GUIs in Java applications, where GUI stands for Graphical User Interface. And JavaFX is intended to replace Swing as the standard GUI library for Java software environment. Now it's more powerful than Swing, and it can be used to create both desktop and web applications. JavaFX is like Swing, which draws its own components and which have lesser communication with OS, and it's lightweight and hardware accelerated. Now it makes use of a file called fxml, which is a new XML based markup language for handling UIs. Okay, now let's see some history about JavaFX. First of all, for the first time, JavaFX was announced in May 2007 by Sun Microsystem, and it was released in December 2008. It was originally brought as a response for Flash and Shockwave, but one of the intention was also to improve the ease of creating GUIs for Java application. Now the latest version of JavaFX is JavaFX 9. And why we use it? So you can see this is a Swing JFrame, or you can say Swing window, which looks like this. And let's see how the JavaFX window will look like when we create it. So this is how the JavaFX project window will look like whenever you use some widgets of JavaFX in the window, right? So it's much more improved, advanced than Swing, right? So it can be the replacement of the Swing. Now I have one example. I have created the Hello World window for the Swing application and the JavaFX, and you can see the difference. So this is on my right is the Swing JFrame, and here is the JavaFX scene, and you can see the difference between them. The JavaFX is more flexible and it looks more attractive, and it has much more functionality than Java Swing. Okay, now in addition, Oracle provides you the JavaFX Scene Builder, which is a visual user interface design tool, and by using it you don't need to spend n number of hours anymore on trying to move a button little bit on the left or right, or little bit adjusting its color, right? JavaFX has the ability to apply CSS on the component of the UI, opens a door for better looking application that are more attractive to the end user. It also has 3D support. Now before JavaFX version 2, JavaFX was made to use JavaFX script. So it was using JavaFX script, and using that it was creating the scenes and stages and the windows, right? But it was until the version 2.0, which was deprecated after version 2.0, and from 2.0 onwards fxml has been introduced, which is more powerful and XML based. One advantage of it is all developers has the knowledge of XML, so which is a benefit, right? Now fxml is a declarative XML based language which is easy to use. Okay, now you may ask which one is better, JavaFX or Swing? So GUI which are created using JavaFX are a lot faster than Swing or AWT applications. JavaFX gives you more sophisticated and aesthetically pleasing UIs. In JavaFX, it's really easy to integrate sounds, images, video, or web content. JavaFX code is really simplified by separating the UI from the logic of the application. And JavaFX can be integrated in Swing application, allowing for the smoother transaction. Now JavaFX terminology is a little bit different from Swing. So the main window of JavaFX on which every widget or component resides on is called stage. Okay, and on top of it there is a scene. So there is a framework called scene, and on scene you can add the widgets, something like buttons, labels, or other widgets. Okay, so this is the basic framework for JavaFX window. So you have the stage, scenes, and then your widgets. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can add JavaFX support in your Eclipse IDE. Now by default, Eclipse doesn't provide any JavaFX support for you. So you need to add JavaFX support in your Eclipse IDE. So there are two ways you can add JavaFX support in your Eclipse IDE. One is by adding a jar file to your Java project, or other is to add a JavaFX plugin, and then you will be able to directly create a JavaFX project. So we will see both ways. So first way is to add the JavaFX jar file. So go to your Eclipse IDE and create a new Java project from here, and I'm going to name it as JavaFX demo, for example, and click next and click finish, and then go to your project, and here we are going to create a new class called hello world, for example. So right click on it and create a new class and name it as hello world. Okay, now to add a JavaFX support in this class or in this project, what you need to do is you need to right click your project first. So right click your project and go to the properties, and in here go to the build path. So in here, you on the right hand side you will be able to see this category called build path, and in this category go to the category called libraries. Okay, now select the default library here, and you can remove it for now, and then you can add this library once again. So add library, and then just select JRE system library. Okay, click next, and here by default I have JDK 8 installed in my system, which is the latest version of JDK, but JavaFX is available on JDK 7 also. So if you have JDK 7, it's okay, right? So click finish here, and now this is the important stage. So once again click on add library here, and then click user library and click next, and by default I can see JavaFX here, but for the first time when you come here you will not be able to see this because I have created this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this option which says user libraries, and I'm going to remove this for now. So I select it and remove it, and I'm going to add it once again. So I will click new here, and I will name it as JavaFX. Okay, click OK, and now you just select this and then click this option called add external jars. Okay, so click this option, add external jars, and then you need to browse to your Java folder wherever it's installed. Most probably it will be installed in your C directory. Then go to program files, and then you will be able to see this Java folder. In this Java folder you need to go to this JDK folder, and in this JDK folder go to the JRE folder. Okay, and inside this JRE folder go to lib folder, and inside this lib folder you will be able to see a jar file called JFX SWT.jar. Select this and click open. Okay, and now you can see this jar file is added to your user libraries. So just click OK and click finish and click OK. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste here the sample JavaFX code. So this is the sample JavaFX code. We are going to look this code in details in the next video. I will show you how it works step by step. But right now we want to check whether this JavaFX support is working in our Eclipse IDE or not. So this is the sample code for JavaFX. I will save it. And now I'm going to compile and run it. So I'm going to just click this green button here, and it will build this, and it's running this JavaFX sample code. So now we know that this JavaFX support is added in our project. Now there is a second way to add a JavaFX support in your Eclipse IDE, and this option will enable you to create a JavaFX project from this file option itself. So let's see how we can add this JavaFX support using this JavaFX plugin in Eclipse. So in your Eclipse IDE, go to help and then choose the option which says install new software. And in here what you need to do is, I will give you a link in the description, and you need to copy this link from here and paste it in here where you see work with. Okay, so paste this link there and then just click add, and you need to give a name to your repository. So give a name like this, E in the bracket FX, then outside the bracket Eclipse. Okay, so give this name to your repository. Okay, so just copy the link from the description and then give this name to your repository and click OK, and it's going to search this JavaFX plugin support. So just select all from here, right, and then click next, and in here you just need to click once again next, and in here you just need to read this license terms and condition, and if you agree with these license terms and condition, just click I accept the terms and condition and then click finish. Now it's going to install this JavaFX plugin in your Eclipse IDE, so you need to wait for that. And once the installation is complete, Eclipse will ask you to restart this Eclipse IDE. So you just need to click yes, and it's going to restart your Eclipse IDE. And once your Eclipse IDE has been started, you can go to files here, and then you can go to new, and you can create a new project here. And in the projects, you will be able to see this new option called JavaFX now after installing this plugin, right? And here you can select JavaFX project and click next. And in here you can give the name to your project, for example JavaFX 2, and click next and click finish. Now go to the project which you have recently created, and in here you will be able to see this JavaFX jar is already installed here. And then you can go to the source folder here, and inside the source folder you will be able to see a package called application, and inside the package you will be able to see two files. One is a Java file and other is a CSS file. So we will open this main.java file, and we have already some default code here, right? So we can run this by just clicking this green button once again. And now you can see the sample JavaFX window here, which is called stage, which is right now blank. Okay. So these are the two ways you can use to create a JavaFX project in Eclipse. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will see how we can create our first JavaFX application from scratch. So let's get started. I have this basic barebone Java class with the main method. Now to add JavaFX support in this class, what I need to do is first I need to import this library called JavaFX.application.application. Okay, and after adding this library, what you can do is you can extend this class with the application class. So extend with application, and now this application class will ask you to implement some methods. So you can just click this red bulb here and it will say implement unimplemented method. Just click this and it's going to implement this start method, right? Now to start a JavaFX application, you need to call a method called launch inside your main method. Okay, and this launch method will call your JavaFX application constructor, which in turn start your application. Okay, and you have this method called start in which you can add your scenes or layouts or widgets. Okay, so you can see here we have a start method with argument of a stage class. Okay, so you can take this primary stage object from here and then call a method called show. Okay, and this is your basic JavaFX window. So save your code and run it, and this will give you this blank stage window. Okay, now I have told you in the first video that to create a JavaFX application, you need to add a stage, and inside the stage you need to add a scene, and inside the scene you need to have your layout in which your widget resides, right? So we will do the same here. So for example, I want to add a button inside the stage. So I will add a button by calling this button class, and I will name it as btn is equal to new button. And to this button I can give an initial text inside the constructor, for example click me, and then what I can do is I can create a layout. Okay, so what I'm going to do is there are different kind of layouts in JavaFX, for example stack pane or vertical box or horizontal box. So we are going to create this layout. For example, I'm going to take one of the layout which is called stack pane, and I'm going to name it as root is equal to new stack pane. And using this root you can call a method called get children's. So get children, and then you can add your button to it. So just call a method called add and then call this button object here. Okay, now you have your layout. So now we are going to create a scene. So just below this we will create a scene object. So scene is equal to new scene, and then as an argument for the constructor you will give your root object, which is your layout object. Okay, and now we are almost done. So just take your stage object from here and then call a method called set scene here. Okay, so call a method called set scene and then pass your scene object inside this method argument. Okay, save your code and then run your code. Now you can see this small button inside this window. Now you can see here this window is very minimal, which is of the size of this button. Now to give some size to our scene, what we can do here is to the constructor we can add two more argument. One is the width. So for example, I will give the width as 500 and 300 as height. Save your code and run it once again. And now you can see your button in the middle and you have a sized window of 500 by 300. Okay. Now to add some action to this button, what we can do is we can take this button object and then we can call a method called setOnAction, and as a value here you call a new event handler here. Okay, and it's going to automatically create this method for you inside this event handler, and in here you can perform any code, for example printing something. So for example, I will just write sys out and I want to print hello world on the console. So I will just write hello world, save it, and I will run my application once again. And now when I press this button, I can see this hello world is printed here on the console, right? So every time I press the button, hello world is printed. Okay, so this is how you can create your basic JavaFX application. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use Lambda expression to perform our button action event handling instead of using this anonymous class which has only one abstract method. So in Java 8 there was a term introduced which is called Lambda expression, which is made for this situation, which says that if you have a single abstract method inside a class, you can use Lambda expression to directly call it, right? So let's see how we can use it. So for example, I want to add one more button here and I want to press this button and exit from our application, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this button object, and instead of button I will name it as exit. Okay, and the text which I want to show here is exit itself. Okay, and in the last video I have shown you there are different kind of layout you can use in JavaFX, and in the last video we have seen how to use this stack pane. Now let's say in this video we are going to use VBox, which is vertical box. So just use VBox, something like this, and we will create a new VBox, and then using this exit object or exit button object we can just use it to call setOnAction method. So just call setOnAction, and inside this setOnAction what we can do is using Lambda expression we can just use E and this arrow member, and then you can directly call your single line codes. For example, you want to print something, you can just paste it here. Okay, and what this does is it will call this method handle because it's a single abstract method inside this anonymous class, and then it will perform whatever you write here, right? So it's like performing this code inside this handle method. Okay, now for example, instead of this I want to exit from our application. So what I can do is I can just use system.exit and I will set the status as 0 here and remove this semicolon, and this is how you can use this Lambda expression. Okay, and you can see in a single line of code we have performed exactly the same task which this class was doing, okay, which is calling this abstract method, right? Now one thing remains is we just want to add this exit to our scene, right? So just go here where we have called root.getChildren.add, and instead of add we can use a method called addAll, okay, and this method allows us to call multiple widgets. For example, we have two buttons, we can use two arguments, one is button and other is exit object, right? So in the form of arguments you can pass multiple object of widgets, right? So just call addAll and it will add button 1 and exit button to your stage. Now I want to show you one more thing. Using this primary stage object you can set the title of the stage also. So just call set title and give your title which will be shown on the stage. So for example, my title, okay, and save your code and run it. And now you can see your title is here, my title, and we can see two buttons, one is click me and other is exit, right? And when we click this exit button, it's going to exit our application, right? So it's basically doing the same task but in a single line. Now you may ask, if I have multiple lines of code, for example I want to print something and then exit, what will I do, right? So for performing the multiple lines in the Lambda expression, what we can do here is you can give these two curly braces, and inside these two curly braces you can call your code, okay? So just something like this, and before exiting, for example you want to print something, you can print it. So we can say exit this app, okay, and save your code and run it. And when I click this exit button, it's going to print this and then exit your code, okay? So if you have multiple line, use curly braces with Lambda expressions. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can download and install Scene Builder on our Windows operating system and integrate it with our Eclipse IDE. JavaFX Scene Builder is a visual layout tool that lets user quickly design JavaFX application user interface. So let's see how we can install Scene Builder on our Windows operating system first. So open your favorite browser and search for Scene Builder. Now Oracle somehow decided to no longer provide the build for JavaFX Scene Builder tool. In other words, Oracle will no longer provide the build for the Scene Builder, and there is a company called Gluon which decided to make the binary and maintain the build for the Scene Builder. Okay, so we are going to go to this website which is Gluon HQ, which maintains the Scene Builder build tool. Okay, so just in your search result, search for the website called gluonhq.com, okay, and click this link. I will provide the link in the description so that you can directly click on this link and come here on this website. And in here you can see there are builds for every operating system, for example Mac OS or Linux or Windows. Okay, so here we can download this binary file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just install this 64-bit executable file, which is this option. So just click download and it's going to download the Scene Builder on our operating system. Now once this executable is installed, you just need to click this executable file, and now you just need to click install. and it's not a big installation. It will be installed immediately, and after the installation you will be able to see the scene builder directly launched. So this is how your scene builder looks like, but still it's not properly installed. So what you need to do is you need to close scene builder, and there is a particular location where scene builder will be installed. So open your folder explorer, and in here go to your C folder, and in the C folder go to users directory, and in the users directory go to your computer name folder. For me it's programming knowledge, it can be your name or something here. And in here go to the folder called app data, and in the app data go to the folder called local, and in here you will be able to see the scene builder here, and inside this you will be able to see scene builder executable file, right? So what you need to do is you just need to cut this folder from here, which is scene builder, and then go to your C folder and paste it here itself. Okay, so we know that scene builder is here, right? So now the location for the scene builder is in your C folder. So I will paste the link of this location where scene builder was initially installed, so that you won't be confused. Now once this is done, just open your Eclipse IDE and open your project on which you were working. For example, I am working on this project, and I will create a new fxml file here. So right click on your source folder and go to new, and in here go to others, and in other go to JavaFX, and in the JavaFX you will be able to see this new fxml document, right? So you can just click next and give the name to your fxml file. So for example, I will give it a name main, and I will click finish. Okay, and this is how your main.fxml file looks like. Okay, now to configure this scene builder with your Eclipse IDE, what you need to do is go to the Windows tab here, and then go to preferences, and in the preferences search for JavaFX here and select JavaFX, and then you will be able to see the scene builder executable. So you need to browse for the scene builder executable. So it will be in your C folder, because we have pasted this folder in our C folder, and select this scene builder.exe from here and click OK, right? And then click apply and click OK. Now you can right click on your main.fxml file and then open with scene builder. So you can select this option which says open with scene builder, and now this file will be opened inside your scene builder, right? So initially you will see anchor pane on the left hand side here in the hierarchy, and this is our root, and inside this anchor pane we can drag and drop our controls or container or other widgets. Okay, so for just testing, for example, we want to add a button here, so we can add this button by dragging and dropping into this area here, right? So drag and drop this button here, and after you drag and drop this button, what you will see here is there is nothing visible, but you will be able to see when you select this area there is a small point here. So you need to select this point and make it bigger. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select this button, and I can see this button is placed here, so I can drag and drop into my anchor pane like this. Okay, so now we have this anchor pane and button here. Now to add this to the Eclipse IDE and run it, what we can do is, first of all we need to save it. So go to file and then just click save here. Okay, and it's going to save, And now go to Eclipse IDE, and you can see this main.fxml file is edited, and I can see this button here, right? Now go to your Java file which you have created. So this is the Java file which we have created in the last video, and this was the code we have written. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all this code from here, and I will remove this root.children from here also, and I'm going to remove this vbox root also, right? And even I'm going to remove these sizes which I have given here. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write this code, which is parent, which is a class, and give the object name root, for example, which is passed here in the scene, and then is equal to fxml loader.load, and inside the bracket write the code get class dot get resource, and inside these double quotes we can give the location for our fxml file. Okay, so our fxml file name is main.fxml, so just write that main.fxml, and then you will see here it will show some error because we need to import this parent class, and we need to import this fxml loader class, right? So import both these and the error will go, and then save your code and run it once again, and now you will be able to see this button in your stage inside the scene, right? So for example, I will close this, and once again I will go to my scene builder, and I will drag and drop one more button here, and for example one more button here, and once again I will save my fxml file, save it, and once again save your file here main.fxml. You can see 3 buttons added to our main.fxml. So I will run it once again, and now I can see 3 buttons here, right? So in this way you can download and install Scene Builder on our Windows operating system and integrate it with Eclipse IDE. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can perform some actions or events using Scene Builder. Okay, so we are going to create a new project. So go to File, New, Other, and in here in the JavaFX category choose JavaFX project and click Next and give the name to your project, for example JavaFX Test, and click Finish, and you can see here your project is created. So go inside your project and go inside the source folder, and you can see here there is an application package, and inside the application package we have 2 files. One is our main Java file, and second is application.css, which we can use to give styles to our front-end design. Okay, so this file we are going to use in the next video to give styles to our buttons or our widgets in JavaFX. Okay, so don't delete this file. Now when you go to main.java file here, you will see that to the scene this application.css is added using this line. Okay, so for now I'm going to comment this, or you don't even need to comment this, it will do nothing because we haven't provided any style to our CSS file. Okay, so it's blank now, so it will not affect our program. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to do 2 things. One is creating our fxml file, and second is creating our controller class. So go to your package, which is called application by default, and in here first of all we are going to create a fxml file. So go to Other, and in here in the JavaFX category choose this new fxml document and name it. For example, I will name it as main. Okay, and click finish. So this is our fxml file, right? And you can see there is an anchor pane here. Now what I'm going to do is, initially I want to give some size to this anchor pane. So there is a parameter or attribute called pref height and pref width. So pref height is for height. For example, I want to give the height of 300, and pref width, so pref and width, and for example I want to give the width of 500 here. Okay, so this will give the initial width and height to your anchor pane. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to application package once again, and I'm going to create a new class which I will name it as main controller, for example, right? And it will be doing all the controlling stuff like adding or doing some mathematics or whatever controls we need. Okay, so I will name it as main controller, and I will click finish, and it's going to create this main controller class here. Now inside this class I'm going to add a function, for example public method, and I will name this method as, for example, generate random, and the return type will be void. Okay, so this function I'm going to use to generate some random number and display it on some label using a button. So what I'm going to do here in our method, I'm going to pass one argument which will be our action event. Okay, so just use action event, and be careful here, there are two action events here. One action event is for java.awt, which we don't want. We want the one which is from JavaFX event. So be careful here, just choose the JavaFX event and then give the name to your event, for example event itself. Okay, now inside this function what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a code to generate a random number. So to generate a random number, first we need to import a class called java.util.random, and then we can create an object for this random class, for example random, and object name we can give as rand is equal to new random, and using this random object we can create a random number. For example int my rand is equal to, just use this object called rand and call a method called next int, and in here you can give the bound, for example 50, so it will generate the random number below 50, and just add 1 here, so it will generate the random number between 1 and 50. Okay, and now I'm going to use just sysout and just pass this random number there. But for converting this integer to string, what we are going to do is we are going to call this integer dot to string and pass this integer here, because we need to convert our integer into the text. Okay, now this is the function we want to call whenever we click some button. So now it's a good time to open our scene builder. So right click on your main.fxml file and open with scene builder. Just choose this option which says open with scene builder, and it's going to open your main.fxml in this scene builder. And you can see we have the initial size of 500 by 300, and in here I will go to the controls and I will pick a button here, and I'm going to pick a label also. So I will just pick a label and transfer it here, and I will resize this label like this. Okay, now I will select the button and I will change the text of this button as, for example, click me. Okay, and for the label I will select this label and I will remove the text. okay, because I want to show the random number on this label, right? Now what we are going to do here is, you can see on the left hand side at the bottom there is a category called controller. So just expand this controller category which is at the bottom, and in here you will see this option called controller class. So we have already created our controller class, which is the main controller. And if you open your fxml file after creating this main controller class, it will be shown here in the controller class option. So just press this list box and you can see application.main-controller is listed here. So just choose this option, and this is our main controller class, right? Because we have generated it here, and after creating this main controller class we have opened this. So this main.fxml is rendering our main.controller class. Now after setting our controller class, what we are going to do is we are going to select our button from here, and in here we will select on the right hand side the last option which says code, okay? And in the code there will be an option called on action, and in here we want to perform this action which we have created in the main controller class, which is generate random, okay? So when you just click this drop box, you are going to see this method called generate random, okay? Now if you don't see this function and this class here, just close your scene builder and save everything once again, and once again open your main.fxml file using scene builder again, okay? And most probably it's going to show you your main controller class and this function which is generate random. Now if you want, you can give an ID to your button. For example, I will give the ID to my button as click me itself. Now we are going to save everything, so just click save button and just go to your Eclipse IDE, and in here go to your main.java file, and instead of using this border pane which was the default code generated by this Eclipse IDE for us, I'm going to comment this code for now, and instead of this I'm going to use the code which I have shown you in the last video. So just use this code which is a parent and name it as root is equal to fxml loader dot load, and in the bracket just call get class dot get resource, and inside the bracket just show the location of your main.fxml file. So because my main.fxml file is in my application package, so I will just give the package name first and then slash main.fxml file, something like this, okay? Now you need to import this parent and fxml loader classes, so just import them. First of all fxml loader and then second parent, import it, okay? So now everything is ready, so we are ready to run our program. Just save your code once and then run your code. So just click this button to run your code, and we can see this click me button, and when we click this button it's going to generate a random number and print it. You can see here it generated the random number and printing on this console. Once again it's printing this random number again and again on our console, right? Now to show this random number on our label which we have provided on the scene builder, what we are going to do is we are going to go to our main controller.java file here, and in here we are going to create a label object. So just call label and make it as private and give the name to your label, for example my message, okay? And now what we are going to do is first of all import this label class, And now what we are going to do is we are going to go just above this declaration of our label, and we are going to add this line which says @FXML, and I'm going to tell you what it is. But first of all, add this package, so import fxml. And this, what is this here, is the annotation that tags a class or member as accessible to markup. Okay, so it's a wire, it's a kind of wire which will connect your scene builder fxml file to your main controller. Okay, so don't forget to give this flag here which says @FXML. Okay, just above your label declaration. Okay, and now what we are going to do is we are going to take our label and then call a method on it inside this generate random function, which is set text. So just use set text, and then we will pass this code which is integer.toString inside the bracket our random number which we have created, and we will comment this code which we were printing on the console. Okay, and save your code, and once again copy this name from here and go to your scene builder and select your label here and go to code on the right hand side, and in here you will see the FX ID here. Okay, so you just need to choose this from here. Okay, so our label, we have named it as my message, you can see here, and it's available on your scene builder, and just choose this as an ID. Okay, and now save everything once again and go to your Eclipse IDE, and then go to your project and right click it, and don't forget to refresh your project. So right click and click this option which says refresh, and what it's going to do is it's going to refresh your fxml and all your Java classes so that it can synchronize with your scene builder. Okay, so right click and refresh, and then save everything and run your code, and now your code is running. So just click this click me, and now it's generating the random number and it's showing it on the label here, right? So in this way you can use this scene builder to perform some actions using your controller class and your fxml file. In the next video I'm going to show you how to use this application.css file to provide some styling to your widgets. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can apply styles to our components using styles sheets. So if you remember, in the last video we have created a project, and when we create a project there is this line of code which is automatically generated for us, which is right now interesting for us, which is this one, scene.getStyle.add, and in the bracket getClass.getResource, and this application.css is added. So we have a CSS called application.css, so we will open it. You can see in your application package there is a application.css file which is right now empty. Now this file we can use to give styles, right? So let's see how we can give styles to our components inside our JavaFX using this CSS file. Now this works same as CSS files work. So for example, let's open our fxml file. So I will open my fxml file, and I have this button and a label here. So using the ID of the button, I can give the style to the button. So this is the ID, click me. So this is the ID, click me, and I can just take this ID, and with the hash and this ID I can give styles to this particular button which has this ID. So for example, I want to change the font size first of all. So I will just give minus fx minus font, and you have these options: font style, font size, font family. So you can choose, right? So for example, I want font size right now, and I will just give 20 px, okay, and just give this semicolon. Let's give 30 px for now. Okay, now in the same way we can provide some background color. For example, fx minus background color, and we will use a method called RGBA. So RGBA, and then we can give these parameters here: 255, 255, 255 and 0.80. Right now, for example, I want to give the foreground color. I can use fx minus text fill. So just use this option, and for example, I want the foreground color of blue, something like this. Right now, I want some padding and some border color also. So what can I do here? I can give the padding something like this: fx minus padding, and then just give 6, 6, 6, 6 to every side. Okay, let's give a border radius. So fx minus border radius, and let's give the border radius of 8 here. Okay, now for example, I want to change the weight of the font. So I can just use fx minus font weight, which can be bold or italic or something else. For example, we use bold here. Okay, and now just save your code and run your application, and let's see how it looks like. So you can see our button looks like this, right? Nothing fancy, but this is just a demonstration how you can change the styles of your button. Okay, now similarly, if you want to change the style of your label, you can just use the ID of your label, which is this one, my message. Go to your application.css and give hash, and then your label ID, and in the curly braces, for example, I will just choose the same style here and paste it here, and I will just save my code and run it. And when I just click this button, I can see this number, random number, generated in the label here. Right now, for example, you want to change the background color of your scene. So what you can do here is you can just use dot root. So just use dot root here, and then give the styles to your root. For example, background color. So just write fx minus background color, and for example, I want to give the background color of gray. Right, so just save it and then run your code, and now the color of my scene becomes gray. Right now, for example, you have multiple buttons and you want to apply the same styles to all the buttons. So instead of using this ID, you can just use dot button, and it will apply to all the buttons. So something like this. Save your code and run it, and it will be same. So it will apply to all the buttons the same styles. If you have multiple buttons, something like 4 or 5 buttons, the same styles will be applied to every button. And similarly, you can do for the labels. So if you have multiple labels, you can just use dot label and then apply the same styles to all the labels. Okay, now let's open our fxml file using the scene builder. So I will right click on my fxml file and open with scene builder, and here you can see the style is not directly applied here. So when we run our code, we can see this style, but this style sheet is not applied to this project. And how you can add style sheet to this scene builder, you can just go to preview here and then choose this option called style sheet and then add style sheet, and then you can browse to your project. So my project name is JavaFX test source application, and choose your application.css file from here and open it, and now your style is visible here, right? So you can just preview this style. Okay, so in this way you can add this application.css or CSS styles in scene builder, right? Now if you want to learn more about this styling and CSS file for JavaFX, we have a reference. So just open your browser and search for JavaFX CSS reference, and the first link which will appear here will be from oracle.com/JavaFX/ the link to this JavaFX CSS reference guide. So you can open this CSS reference guide, and here is the documentation for the CSS styling, right? So for example, I want some color, for example this color, so I can just copy it from here, go to my styles sheets, and instead of blue I can just apply this color here, right? Save it and run it, and this color is applied here. Okay, so this guide is really useful in finding out how you can tweak your CSS file and apply the style sheets. Okay, so in this way you can apply styles to your JavaFX components. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video and in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can create a simple calculator using JavaFX based on model view controller design pattern or MVC design pattern. So let's first see how our design will look like and how it will work. So we are going to create a calculator something like this. Okay, and it's going to have these buttons and these operators, and when we want to add something, we can just give the number, add to this number and click equal to, and it's going to give the sum. So it's not going to be very fancy calculator, it's a simple calculator, but using this we are going to understand the basics of MVC in JavaFX. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, I will create a new project. So new and others, and I'm going to create a new JavaFX project. Click next, and this JavaFX project, I'm going to name it as calculator FX, for example. Okay, click next and click finish. So our project is created, and in the source there is a package called application, as we always have, and there is a main.java class. Now let's prepare the basic skeleton of classes we are going to use. So I'm going to go to this application package and click new, and I'm going to create a new class here, and first class I'm going to create is a model class. So I will name it as model itself and click finish. And second, I'm going to create a controller class. So right click, new class, and I will name it as main controller and click finish. Okay, so we have our controller class, model class, and our main class. Now we are going to create a fxml file. So right click and create new other and create a fxml document. So new fxml document, and I will name it as main. Okay, and click finish. So now we have all the files which we require. So let's create a skeleton of the model, and we are going to go to the model, and this model is just for the functionality. So we want to calculate something in our calculator, right? So we are going to create this model. I will name it as public, and the return type will be float, for example, and it's going to take few arguments, but first name our function as calculator or calculate better, right? So the name of our function is calculate, and it's going to take two numbers, and data type of these numbers will be long. So number 1 for example, and number 2, and the data type of second number is also long. And the third argument it's going to take is the operator, and operator we are going to provide in the form of string. So just provide a string variable name, for example operator. Okay, and for now let's return 0 for now, so that it's not going to give you the error of return type. But in here, in between here, we are going to create our code for the calculation, but it will be a little bit later, right? And now just go to your main controller class, and in here we are going to create two methods. One will be public, and the return type will be void, and I will name it as process numbers. Okay, and as an argument we are going to give the action event here, and action event should be our JavaFX event, right? It should not be AWT or swing. So just choose the proper option, which is JavaFX event action event, and give the name to your variable, for example event. The second method I'm going to create here is the process operators function. So process operators, right? So now we have two classes, controller and model. In the controller class we have two method. One is process number, another is process operator. And in the model we have one method which is calculator, and it takes argument. One is number 1, and other is number 2, and third argument is here the operator, which can be plus, minus, divide or multiply, for example, right? So now everything is done. So let's design our calculator. So this is our fxml file. So I'm going to right click it, and I'm going to open it with the help of scene builder. So this is our fxml file, which is empty right now, and it contains this anchor pane. So for now I'm going to delete this anchor pane, and I'm going to go to this containers category here, and I'm going to choose a vertical box or V box and drag and drop here. Okay, and the default size for this I'm going to choose. So click here layout, and in here the default size is right now 600 by 400. I'm going to give it 300 by 300. Okay, so 300 by 300. So the pref width is 300 and pref height is 300, and the spacing here I'm going to give it as 10. Okay, so it will resize according to that. Now inside this vertical box, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a stack pane and just drag and drop inside the vertical box, and the height of this stack pane I'm going to give it as 50. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the horizontal box or H box. So search for H box, and I'm going to drag and drop this H box also just below the stack pane. Okay, so you can see the hierarchy here. First parent is V box, then the stack pane inside it, and then the horizontal box. Now we are going to change the width and height of this horizontal box also. So just go to pref width and give the width of 300, because it's the size of our vertical box. So 300 by 50, so height will be 50, and provide the spacing of 10 here. Okay, and now we will go to the properties of this horizontal box, and the alignment for this will be center. Okay, so this is our horizontal box. Now in our H box we are going to take some controls from here and drag and drop some buttons. So provide a button, and just copy this button and paste it 3 more times in here. So 2, 3 and 4. Okay, now select all the buttons one by one. So I have selected all these 4 buttons. Now go to the properties and choose this property called fonts under properties, and we are going to change the font size to 18. Okay, so just choose the font size to 18. Now you can see these buttons have some width also. So just go to the layout properties of these buttons, and in here we are going to provide the width of this button as 50. Okay, so give 50 width and press enter. So they will look like this. Now let's save this scene. So just go to file and click save, and now we will go to the Eclipse IDE, and now we can see here all the buttons are present here, right, with the font size. Okay, now let's give some text to these buttons. So right now the text on these button is the default text, which is button. So this is our first row of numbers. So we can give these text to these buttons 7, 8, 9, and this divide symbol. Okay, so just give it 7, 8, 9 and /. Okay, and save it and go to your fxml file, and you can see the text is set here. Okay, so now we are going to do the same for the other rows also. So the simple trick for doing this is just copy your horizontal box. So just copy this from here and then paste it once again here. Okay, once again and once again. So we have 4 rows of numbers. Okay, now the second row of numbers here, we can see here 4, 5, 6 and asterisk. So just save your fxml file. So just go file and save, and then go to your Eclipse, and here you will see 4 horizontal box. First is this one, which we have already given these numbers 7, 8, 9 and /. To the second horizontal box buttons, we will give these number 4, 5, 6 and asterisk. So just give 4, 5, 6 and the asterisk symbol, and then the third row we will give 1, 2, 3 and minus symbol. So 1, 2, 3 and minus, and the fourth row is 0 equals to and plus, right? So the fourth row has only 3 buttons, 0 equals to and -1. So I'm going to delete the 4th button from here, from the 4th row, so that it has only 3 buttons. And first will be 0, second will be the equal to button, and third will be the addition button. Right, now save it and go to your scene builder, and you can see this layout like this. Now let's provide the width of this 0 button. So we will go to the fxml file from here, and instead of giving the width of 50 to the 0 button, we provide the width of 110, because we are going to cover 2 button width from this plus the space. So it's going to be 100 plus 10, which is 110. So save it and go to the scene builder, and we can see the width of this 0 button is changed. So these are all the buttons. Now in the stack pane, just choose the stack pane, and in here we are going to take a label. So just take a label from here, from the controls, and drag and drop into the stack pane. Okay, and you can resize this label according to the width of the stack pane. And the font size, we are going to provide it from the property. So go to the property and provide the font size same as buttons. So we will provide the font size of 18 here. Okay, and let's say it's a bold font. Okay, and the text of this font I'm going to just leave it as blank, right? So this is how your design will look like. So we are going to see the preview, so just click preview here and it's going to look like this. Okay, now one thing which remains here is we need to add this main.fxml file to our main.java file. So just open this main.java, and instead of using this border pane which is by default added, we are going to add the parent root, right? So just add this line here, parent root is equal to fxml loader dot load, and inside the bracket get class dot get resources and the path to your fxml file, which is in application slash main.fxml. Just add these imports from here, import fxml loader. So the basic layout for our project is done. So we will save it and run it, and our calculator layout will look something like this. Okay, now that's it for this video. In the next video we are going to add the functionality to this calculator. So we are going to write the code for these two methods and this model method. Okay, hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have started creating a calculator in JavaFX using model view controller design, and we have created a few classes like main controller model class, and we have created our main.fxml design, something like this. Now in this video we are going to complete this functionality for the calculator. Okay, so in the last video we have created this main controller.java and model.java classes, right? So first of all we are going to link our fxml file with this main controller class. So go to your scene builder, and on the left hand side just choose this last option which says controller, and in here just choose the class for the controller. So in our case it's application.main-controller class, right? Now just select all the buttons on which you can see the numbers. So these are the buttons from 0 to 9. Don't choose the operator buttons, right? Just choose the buttons which has numbers on it. Okay, so choose all the numbers and then go to code here on the right hand side and go to on action and choose the action process number. Okay, so process number, this is the method which we have created in the last video. If you go to the main controller class, this was the method we have created, right? That's why you can see this process number method in on action. In the same way, just choose all of your operators. So this one, this one, this one, this and this. These 5 are our operators. So select all these operators, and once again here choose this time process operators, right? So for numbers we are going to use the function called process number, and for operators we are going to use this method called process operators. So our linking is complete for the controller and fxml file. Now let's go to our Eclipse IDE, and first of all we are going to go to our model.java class, and in here we will complete this calculate method. So this is the easiest part. So what we are going to do is we are going to add a switch statement here, and as a key we are going to provide our operator. Okay, so based on the operator we are going to decide what action we want to take. So operator can be plus, minus, or multiplication or division, right? So let's say our operator is plus. So what we are going to do is we don't need this break here. We are going to take this number 1 plus number 2, and we are going to return this. Okay, so just do something like this. Okay, in the same way we will do the same for minus, multiplication and division. So this is for minus this is for multiplication, and this is for division. Okay, so for minus it's simple, number 1 minus number 2. For multiplication it's also simple, number 1 asterisk number 2. For division, first of all you need to check if your number 2 is 0, right? If your number 2 is 0, then it's going to give you infinity. So let's just check. If number 2 is equal to 0, then we are going to return 0 from here. Okay, otherwise we are going to return the division, right? Now in the default case, if the operator doesn't match any case, then in the default case we are going to return 0. Okay, so in the default case just return 0. So this is how our calculate method in the model class will look like. Okay, now let's go to the main controller.java class, and in here first of all we are going to define the label, and we can name our label as, for example, result. Okay, and in here above this label we are going to provide this tag which is @fxml, and what this is going to do is it's going to tag our fxml file with the label, and just import this label from here, which is JavaFX label. Okay, and also import this fxml from here. Okay, so this is not going to show you the error. Same we are going to do for our method like this. Now we are going to define 3 variables. First will be long number 1, and we are going to initialize this by 0. Okay, the second variable will be a string, so it will be a string and we will name it as operator. Okay, and we will initialize it by a blank string. And third variable will be a boolean string variable, so private boolean start, and we will initialize it with true value. Okay, now first we will determine whether this flag is set or not in our process number method. So go to your process number method and just write if start. Then what we are going to do, we are going to first of all set our label as blank. So just write result dot set text is equal to blank, and then we will set our flag, which is start, to false. Okay, now outside this if condition, what we are going to do is we are going to create a string variable and we will call it as value, and then what we are going to do is we are going to create a bracket, and inside the bracket we are going to write this code which says in the bracket button, then outside the bracket event dot get source, and outside the bracket you will just write dot get text. Okay, and what this is going to do, this is going to just take the button text. So for example, we have text on the button 7, 8, 9 or all these numbers. Okay, so this button event dot get source takes the button text and then transfer it into this variable. Okay, and just import this button from here, so button class, something like this. Okay, and it's going to clear your errors. Now in the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to set, so just take this result and then dot set text, so just set the text. And what we are going to do, we are going to take the output from the label, so just take set text result dot get text, so get text plus the value. Okay, something like this. So that's it for this method. And in the process operator method, what we are going to do is first of all we will just take the input from the button text same as we have done in process number. So this value will be your operator, right? And then what we are going to do is we are going to check if this value is equal to, right? So just write if this value dot equals, and this value is equal to this equal to symbol. Okay, and we will check the negative scenario. So if this value is not equal to this equal to symbol, we will check if the operator which we have defined here is empty or not. So just write if operator dot is empty, and we will check the negative scenario here. Then we will return. So just write return here. Otherwise we will just equate our operator is equal to the value we have, right? So operator is equal to value, and the number 1 which we have declared here, number 1, we will equate by taking the text from the result, right? So just number is equal to long, because we need to convert this text from string to long. So just write long dot parse long, and in here just take your result label name dot get text, and after setting this number we will set this result is equal to null. So set text and set text as blank empty string. Now if the button which is pressed is the equal to symbol, then we will go to else condition. Okay, so in the else, first of all we will check if the operator is empty, and in this case we will check the positive scenario. So keep in mind here we are checking if the operator is not empty, and here we are checking if the operator is empty, right? And then in the next line what we are going to do is we are going to take the second number. So we are going to define a long number 2 is equal to same line as this long dot parse long, and then take the value from the get text from the label. Okay, and now we will call our calculate method in the model, right? So for that we need to declare this model object in our main controller class. Okay, so in here just add model is equal to new model, and now we will take this model object from here and we can call the calculate method. So model dot calculate, right? And in here you can provide the first number which we have assigned the value of first number from here, right? And the second number we have from here, and the operator we have in this operator variable. Okay, so this will give you your output. So we can assign this output to a variable. So just call a float variable called output from here, and this output we can set on our label. So our label variable is result. So just call our label variable dot set text, and then in here just call string dot value of, and then just pass your output here. Okay, and just for cleaning, what we can do is we can just assign operator is equal to a blank string, and start variable, which is our this variable start, is equal to true. And now let's run our code. So run it, and when I click some number it shows me some error. Let's see what error is. It's giving me error from this line, and this result is giving me some error. So I think I forgot to link this result variable in our scene builder, right? So just copy this result variable, which is our label variable. Remember, go to the scene builder and select your label inside your stack pane, and go to the property in the code section, and as a fx id you just need to give this result here, right? So choose the result, save your code once again, so save it, and after saving go to Eclipse, and in here right click on your project and refresh your project so that we don't have any error and our fxml file is synchronized with our project, and then run it once again. And now what we are going to do, we are going to add something. For example, 88 plus 12 is equal to 100. Okay, so we are getting the result, right? For example, we want to subtract something, 45 minus 5 is equal to 40. Okay, or we want to divide something, 9 divided by 3 is 3, or we want to multiply something, 50 multiplied by 50, 2500. Okay, so our calculator is running now. So this is how you can create a simple calculator in JavaFX using MVC. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can create a simple login app using Java application. So for example, I want to create an app on which I want to give the username and password, and when I click the login button I want to open the second fxml file. So how we can do it, let's see. So I'm going to create a new project which will be a JavaFX project once again. So just choose JavaFX project, and the name of the project I will name it as login fx and click finish. And in here inside the source I'm going to create one more class. So just right click on application package and we are going to create a class called main controller for the controller, and I'm going to create two fxml files, one for login and other for if the login is success I want to open the second scene, right? So I'm going to first create a first fxml file. So right click and choose this new fxml document, and first of all I will name it as login fxml. Okay, and the second fxml file I'm going to name it as main fxml. Okay, so we have two fxml files, right? So our classes and the fxml files are ready. So let's create some design. So first of all I will choose this login fxml file, right click and open in scene builder, and I'm going to select this anchor pane here, and initial size I want to give here. So I will give the initial width of for example once again 300 by 300. So pref width and pref height is equal to 300 by 300. Okay, and now what I want to do here is I want to first of all go to controls, and inside the control I will take a button first of all, and then I will take a text field from here. So just search for text field which is for username, and I'm going to choose a password field. So password field is a special kind of field on which the characters are not visible. So it will show something like dot 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 instead of the character. So your password is protected, right? And I'm also going to take a label from here. So just take a label to show if our login is successful or not. Okay, so we have two text boxes, one label and one button. Now I'm going to just select all these items and change the font size of all these items to 18 for example. So I will just select 18 here, and I will just readjust these text boxes, something like this. Okay, now to show some prompt text, for example we want to prompt user that this is our username field and this is our password field. what we can do is we can just select this text field and go to the properties here, and at the top you can see prompt text. So we can write here user name and press enter, and same we will do for password field. So select password field and just write password here, right? So it will be seen here in the background that this field is for username and this is for the password. We can change the text of this label also as status, for example, and we can change the color of this label also using this text fill. And in here I'm going to choose little bit red color, so just choose this color, and now we have the red foreground color for this text. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the text of this button also to login, so it's clearly visible. And now we are ready, I think. So let's just give the ID to this label also. So just go to code, and here ID will be LBL, and for example status. Okay, so the ID of label is status. Now let's give the ID to these username and password fields also. Just go to the code here and just give the fx ID to txt user name, and for the password also just give the fx ID is equal to txt password. Okay, and now we are going to save our code, so just go here and save it. Okay, now we will go to our Eclipse IDE, and in here what we are going to do is in the controller, first of all we are going to create these three variables, which are two text boxes for username and password and one label. Okay, so just give this tag here @fxml, and then just write private label, and the label name should match the label here. So just select the label and copy the label name and paste it here. Okay, in the same way we will add the text box fields also. So just copy and paste something like this, and this should be text field and this should be text field also, and we want to match this ID to the ID which we have defined here. So just select this, copy the fx ID from here and paste it here, and same we will do for the password. So just select this, copy it and paste it here, and now just click and fix the import for fxml and the label and also the text field. Okay, so everything is done, and inside the controller we will define a public method which will be a void, and we will name it as, for example, login itself. Okay, so login, and here we will pass action event, and inside the function what we are going to do is we are going to just check what is the text for these text boxes. So we will check if the text for the username matches our text. So text dot get text equals some predefined value. For example, we define user as the username. We want to match this keyword here, right? And we also want to match this password field. So just take the text from it. So get text and dot equals, and we want to match, for example, some keyword also, for example, pass. Okay, and if these two keyword matches, then we want to display some message. So we will just copy this label here and we will just set text on it, and we will say login success. Otherwise we will display the message that login is failed. Okay, so just take this label and paste it here, and in this time login is failed. Okay, and one thing we forgot here is we haven't connected our fxml file to the controller, right? So you open your scene builder and open this controller on the left hand side, you will see at the bottom here, and then choose this class called application.main-controller, and then choose the button and go to the code here on the right hand side, and in the on action category just choose this login method which we have defined. Okay, and save everything. Okay, and one more thing which is remaining here is we want to go to the main.java file, and in here instead of this border pane we want to provide our parent root, something like this, but this is our login.fxml, so this will be something like this. Okay, save your code and right click and refresh your code and run it. Our app is running now. So for example, I gave some wrong username and password here and it shows login failed, right? But for example, I give the valid user, so in our case valid user ID is user, right? So just give here user, and valid password is pass here, so just give pass here and click login, and now it says login success. Okay, now for example we want to open the second scene using this login button. So for example, if the login is success, we want to open the main fxml file, right? So how do we do it? So what we are going to do is we will go to the main.java file here and we will copy this code for creating the scene and opening the scene from here. Okay, so copy this all code. We are going to reuse this code and go to the main controller, and inside this if condition, after the message is shown, just paste this code, and this will give you this error because we haven't defined the stage here. So we just need to define our stage. So just write stage primary stage, because we have this primary stage object name from our previous code, is equal to new stage, and import the stage here. So just import stage, and in here you will see this line will give you this error line, and it says unhandled exception type IO exception. So we will extend this method as it throws, so just throw exception from here. Okay, so just throw exception, and now this error will go. Okay, and if you want, you can just open this main.fxml file. First of all, add this main.fxml file here, so just change the name as main.fxml file, and now open your main.fxml file in scene builder, and in here first of all we will provide some width here, for example 300 by 300, and now we can add a label here. So just add a label, just search for the label in controls and drag and drop this label here, and just go to the property and change the font size 18 for example, and the text is for example main window. Okay, and save your code, and now we will run our code. But before that, just right click on your project and refresh it and save everything and run it. And in here we will give the valid username, for example user, and valid password which was pass, and click login, and it opens our second scene here, right, which is our main window. Okay, now if we provide some random username and password, it's not going to open the second scene, and it says login failed. So in this way you can create a simple login application using JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use images in JavaFX. So we will see how we can use ImageView to add images, and we will also see how we can add images or icons to your buttons or labels. So let's get started. I will use the same project which I have created in the last video. So I have created in the last video this login project, and I'm going to open this login.fxml which I have created using the scene builder. And this was the layout which I have created in the last video. Okay, so I will go to the Eclipse IDE, and first of all I will create some resources for the images, right? So I will go to my source package and I will create a new package here, and I will name it as img for images, right? And I will click finish, and inside the images package I can transfer some images, right? So I have this image of JavaFX logo, and I can drag and drop into this image folder. Okay, and just say copy file and click OK. So now my image folder has this one PNG file, right? Now I will go to the scene builder, and there is a control called ImageView. So let's search for the ImageView, which we can drag and drop into our scene, and inside this image view we can give the source of the image, right? You may see here there is a property here which is the first property which says image, and you can search for your image and give the path of your image from here. But we are not going to use this. We are going to use the relative path which we have created. Okay, so just drag and drop this image view and resize it according to your requirement, and save your fxml file. So just save and go to your Eclipse IDE and open your login.fxml, and this is the image view which we have created. It has the height of 150 and width of 200, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this image element something like this. So I will delete this / from here, and I will add this ending tag for image, right? And I will just press enter, and in between this image tag I can add one more element which is called image. Okay, and inside this image element I can provide the source for the image. So I will just add this element with capital I, image, and then I can provide URL is equal to the source of your image and just close it. Okay, so the source for your image is inside your image folder. So you can do something like this. You can just write img / the name of your image. My image name is JavaFX.png. Now save your code and run it. And now I can see this image is shown here, right? Now for example, you want to resize this image to smaller or bigger size, right? So how you can do it? So right now our height is 150 and width is 200 here in the image view. So you can change it. For example, I want 350 by 500. Okay, just save it and run it once again, and now your image is resized to the size you have given here. Okay, and for example, I want to have a smaller image, so I can give 50 by 100, save it and run it once again, and now I have the smaller image here, right? Now for example, I want to add the image to the button. So I have this login button and I want to add some image to this button. So how can I do it? So what I can do here is I can go to my button element. This is my button element, and inside this button element I can add an element called graphic. So add this element, and between this graphic element I'm going to add this image view element. So just add image view, and just close it. And in between this image view, I can just have the same code like this. So just copy the same code from here and paste it here. So what I have done here, inside the button element, I have added first of all this graphic element, and using this graphic element I can use the image view inside this graphic element to show my image, right? So I can use this source something like this, which is same as we have done in the last element here, and save your code and run it once again. And you can see here the image is added to the button, but if you can see, the image size is its original size, so it's not resized because we haven't provided any size to the image view yet. So you can see here our image view has no element. So to resize your image, you need to give these two attributes to your image view element. One is fit height and other is fit width. Okay, so for example, I will give the same fit height and fit width parameter, and fit height is 50 for us and fit width is 100 right now. Okay, so run the code once again, and now you can see the image is resized and now it looks good on this button. Okay, so same you can do for labels, or if you have some other controls, you can add images to those controls like this. Okay, so if you have a label, it will be the same code like this. Okay, now for example, you want to add an image from an online source. So instead of using this local resource, you can also use here the online resource. For example, you have some image somewhere located on internet. For example, I have this image on my website and I can see here, and I just need to use the URL. Just copy the URL, go to your code, and instead of using this local path, you can just paste your resource path, which is online. So my picture is on the website easyonlineconverter.com/images/logo1.png, right? Save the code and run it once again, and now I can see this logo here on the button, right? So in this way also you can add images to your controls in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use and add ComboBox in JavaFX. So let's get started. To start with, I have created a project in which I have a main.java file in which I have added this line to add the main.fxml, and I have created this blank fxml file. Okay, so till now I think you know how to do this. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to create a controller class, and one way of creating controller class is just right clicking on the fxml file and then go to source, and in here you can just click this generate controller, and it's going to give you the automatic name. If you are satisfied with this name, you can just click OK. Okay, and it's going to create you this controller class. Now what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to open my fxml file using scene builder, and in this scene builder I have this anchor pane, and I'm going to provide the size to this anchor pane as I always do, which is 300 by 300, right? So it has some initial size. And now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to the controls section here, and I can see here a combo box control. So I will drag and drop this combo box control here, and I can resize it. And you can see in the properties, you can give the property called prompt text. So for example, you can give the prompt text something like you want to show some list of names, so you can just say select name. Okay, and press enter, and it's going to give you this prompt text on the combo box, right? Now just save it, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Eclipse, and in the controller, main controller, I'm going to implement an interface called initializable. Okay, so just add this interface, and this interface has a method which we need to implement. That's why it's showing this error to us. So just click the bulb and just add the unimplemented method. Okay, and it's going to add this one method which is initializable, and we can use this method to initialize some components. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to add a combo box element here. So I will add @fxml, and then I'm going to add public combo box, and this combo box works as a list. So you need to provide the type of data type which you want to have inside the combo box. So for example, we want to have the string data type here, and then you can provide the name to your combo box, for example combo box. Now what we are going to do is we are going to define a observable list, and I'm going to name it as list itself, and I'm going to initialize it as fx collection dot observable array list, and inside these brackets you can give some argument as a list. So for example, I can give the list of names, for example something like these, and just import this class called observable list, which is in JavaFX collection, and now the error will go. Okay, and now you can take this combo box and go inside your initialize method here, and then you can just call a method called set items. So just use this method called set items, and this takes observable list. Okay, so you can just copy this and paste it here, right? So what this method does is, whenever you run your code, it initialize, or it calls this method first, which calls this code, and it's going to initialize your combo box, right? And now one thing is remaining. We need to link this combo box with the combo box which we have in the scene builder. So select this combo box, and then go to the code, and then in the fx id section you just need to give the same name as this variable name. Okay, and one more thing we need to do here is go to the controller section on the left hand side and provide the controller class here. So just choose application.main-controller from here, and now save everything. So save it and go to your project and right click on your project and refresh it, and then save it, and then run your project. And now we can see the combo box with these populated names. Okay, so we can choose some names, but it's not doing anything. So let's just create a method to listen this selection event. Okay, so just close everything and go to your main controller.java class, and in here we are going to create a method which will be a public void combo changed, and the argument will be action event. And what we are going to do is we are going to link this method to our combo box in the scene builder. Okay, so just go to your scene builder, select your combo box, and just choose this method which we have created, which is combo changed. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a label here. So just drag and drop a label in your scene builder, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to display the name when I select some name using this combo box. Okay, so I'm going to give some ID to this label. So for example, my label, and the same ID I'm going to just copy it, and I'm going to save my code first, and I'm going to go to my controller, and I'm going to define this label with this name. Okay, so we have this label, and this label we can use inside this combo changed method. And what we are going to do, we are going to just use this label and set some text on it. So just called set text. And what we want to set to this label, we want to take the combo box and get the values which is set on the combo box. So just use get value method, which will give you the current selected value. Okay, and it's going to set it on this label, right? So just save your code and run your code once again. And when I select some name from here, you can see it's set on the label, right? Now, for example, you want to change the number of items in your combo box dynamically. So on this button click event, you want to add some more items to your combo box. So I'm going to just comment this code for now. And what I can do is I can take my combo box object and then call a method called get items. So just take get items dot add all, and this takes a collection of values. So I'm going to provide some extra names here and save my code and run my app once again. And whenever I select something from here, you can see some more names are added to the combo box. Okay, this action I can do with some button also. So let's create one more function, for example something like this, and you can say button action here. Okay, and in your scene builder you can drag and drop a button from here, and you can just call this function which we have created, which is button action, and save everything and refresh your project once again and run it once again. And right now we have 4 names inside the combo box, and when we click this button, it's going to increase the names, right, which we have added from this function. Okay, now we can also add these lists from the fxml file. So for example, I want to initiate this list from the fxml file. What I can do is I'm going to comment this code, so it's not going to populate this list to the combo box, and I'm going to go to my main.fxml file, and in here in the combo box, so I have this combo box here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just extend this element something like this, and in between these combo box tags I'm going to add the element called items. So just add these items, and then add an element called fx collection. So just add this fx collection here, but it's not going to give you any IntelliSense because you need to import a collection class here. So just add this line import JavaFX.collection.star. Okay, and now you can add fx collection and just close it and give the attribute here called fx factory is equal to observable array list. This is the same list which we have defined in the collector class. Okay, so now in between these elements for the fx collection, you can add the items. And how you can add the items? You can add the items something like this. So just add string and then fx value is equal to your text. For example, item 1, item 2, item 3, and so on. For example, item 4, and then you can save your code and run it once again. And now you can see here it's populated with item 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so you can also populate your combo box using the fxml file, something like this. So this is all about combo box in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use list view in JavaFX. So let's get started. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the last project which I have made for ComboBox, and it has this main.java class and main controller and main.fxml which I have created in the last video. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my main.fxml file in the scene builder, and in here what I'm going to do is from the controls category I'm going to drag and drop a list view in here. Okay, and this is how your list view looks like. Right now, next thing what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give the ID to this list view. So I'm going to select this, and let's say it's my list view. Okay, and just press enter and save everything, and just take the same ID and go to your Eclipse IDE and go to the controller.java, and this is our list view name. So what we are going to do is we are going to create one more object for the list view. So just write list view and give this name to the list view. Okay, and fix the imports for the list view from JavaFX. Right now, list views and ComboBox works in a similar way because list view also takes this observable list as a list. Okay, so just take your list view and go to your initialize method which we have created in the last video, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this list view and then I'm going to just call a set items method on it. So set items, and then just provide this observable list which we have created in the last video to the argument of set item. Right now, save your code and just run your app once again, and now you can see here these names are populated in the list box. Okay, now for example, you want to add some names dynamically as we have seen in the case of ComboBox. What we can do, we can go to this button action function which we have created in the last video, right? And instead of using this ComboBox, I will just replace it with the list box. So our code is listbox.getItems.addAll, and I have added some more names to the list, and I will save my code and run it once again. And right now we have 4 names, but when I press this button, the names are added to the list. Right, so it's almost working as the ComboBox. Now for example, right now you can only choose one item at a time, so you cannot select multiple items using this list box. But for example, you want to choose multiple items in the list box. How we can do this? So go to your initialize method once again and take this list view object, and then just call get selection mode, and then just call a method called set selection mode, and as an argument it takes selection mode as the argument. So just write selection mode dot multiple. Okay, and when you do this you will be able to select multiple items. So save your code and run it once again, and I will click this button to populate more names, and now I can choose multiple items in the list. Okay, now when we choose these multiple items, they are not doing anything. So for example, I want to retrieve whatever I have selected in the list box. So let's see how we can retrieve all those names which I have selected in the list box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my button action method, and in here I will just comment this code to add items. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to declare an observable list, because this list view returns this observable list, right? So just declare an observable list of type string, and let's say its name is names because we are retrieving names from here. Okay, and then we can say names is equal to take the list view from here, then get the selection mode, and then get the selected items from here. Okay, and it's going to return these all the items which we have selected in this variable. So it's a list, right? So we need to iterate over these names to get all these selected names, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a for loop, and I'm going to declare a string name in all the names. So I will iterate through the list, and then here I can print all the names one by one. So just write sys out. So in here, as an argument, just pass this name which we are retrieving from the names list. Okay, and save your code and run it once again. Now for example, I will choose one name from here and click the button. It prints one name. Now let's select two names and just click this button, and it prints two other names, right? And for example, I choose all the names. It's going to print all the names from here. Okay, so you can access all the selected item from a list in an observable list, and you can iterate over this list using a for loop, and then you can access all these items here. Okay, now let's see how we can populate our list box using fxml file. So in the last video also we have seen how we can populate a combo box from the fxml file instead of populating it through this initialize method. So I will just comment this code which was populating the list using this observable list, and I'm going to go to my main.fxml file. Here is my list view, and I will just change the list view something like this. So in between these elements I can just add these items. Now you can populate a list view in the same way as you have done in the combo box. So it takes this item element, and inside the item element it takes the fx collection element, and inside the fx collection element you can populate your list view using this string element using fx value, right? So I'm going to just copy this code from here and paste it here. Okay, and save your code and run it once again. And now you can see all these item 1, item 2, item 3 and item 4 are populated using the fxml file. So in this way you can use list view in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use TreeView in JavaFX. So let's get started. So I have created a project called TreeView in which I have this main.java, main controller.java and main.fxml. So I think till now you already know what these are and how they can be created. Okay, now what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to my main controller.java file, and first of all I will implement initializable here, and then I have to implement one method which is initialize, right? So I will do this. So in this initialize I'm going to write the code for the TreeView. Okay, but first of all I have to add a TreeView in my main.fxml file. So I'm going to select my main.fxml file and I'm going to open it with scene builder. Now once your scene builder is open, go to controls and search for TreeView, and in my case it's second last option in controls. So drag and drop this TreeView into your anchor pane. Okay, and if you want you can resize it. Okay, and what I'm going to do next is I'm going to give a ID to this TreeView, for example TreeView itself, and just save your code. Okay, and now go to your Eclipse IDE, and in here first of all in the main controller I'm going to define this TreeView. So first of all @fxml and then TreeView view, and tree view is a list, so you need to provide the data type for the list, which is string, and then just provide the same name which you have defined in your fxml file, and import the tree view from JavaFX scene control library. Okay, now next what we are going to do is we are going to go to in the initialize method here, and inside this initialize method I'm going to create some tree items. Okay, so tree item, which is also a list, and I'm going to name it as root. Okay, is equal to new tree item, and it takes the name of the item. So for example, this is our root, right? Now any tree view has a root and nodes. So for example, I will give you an example. This is a tree view. So this PC in our case is a root, and these are all the nodes, right? And inside this desktop, these are all the sub nodes, right? So tree has a node and sub node, right? So in the same way, we are creating a root first, and then we can create some nodes. Okay, so using this tree item itself, we are going to create some node, and we will name it as node A, and we will name the second as node B, and the third as node C. Okay, and same you can give here, right? So give the name here, node A, node B, and node C. Now after creating root and node, you need to add the nodes to the root, right? So you have two options. One is just take the root object and then call get children, and then you can just call add function, right? And then you can add one node at a time, something like this. So you can do the same 3 times and then pass your node like this using add function. And now one last thing you need to do here is you need to add this root to our tree view, right? So just take our tree view object and then call a method called set root. Okay, and then you pass your root object in here as an argument. Okay, so this is your code. And now one last thing which remains here is we need to add the controller class to this main.fxml file. So go to controller here and add this main.fxml here and save the code. Go to your Eclipse IDE, refresh your project and save everything and run your project. And now you can see we have a root, and inside the root we have some nodes, node A, node B, and node C. Okay, and if you feel that this is a little bit long code, then you can do something like this. So root dot get children, and then you can call a method called add all. Okay, and then you can add these nodes one by one as an argument, node A, node B, and node C, and you can remove this code and just add a semicolon here, and it's also going to give you the same result here. So same result, right? Now for example, I want to add some sub nodes to a node A. So what can I do? I'm going to just copy this code, and just below this I'm going to add sub nodes. So node A1, node B1, and node C1 for example, and this here also node A1 and node B1 and node C1. Okay, and same thing I can do here, but these nodes I'm going to add to node A, right? So they will be the sub nodes for the node A. Okay, and pass these node A, node B, and node C as an argument. So node A1, node B1, and node C1. Okay, and save your code and run it. And now you have your root, and then you have 3 nodes, and under node A you also have 3 more nodes, which are node A1, node B1 and node C1. Okay, so in this way you can create root nodes and subnodes inside a tree view. Now let's see how we can add icons or images to these roots and nodes of the tree view. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to my source package and I'm going to create a new package here, and I'm going to name it as img. And inside this img package or img folder, I'm going to copy an image. So I have this folder icon image, so I can drag and drop into this icon package here and just say copy, and it will be copied to your image folder. Okay, and now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create an image object. So just write image icon is equal to new image and just close it, and just import this JavaFX scene image library from here. Okay, and now you need to give some argument to this image constructor. So in the constructor, what you can pass here is get class first and then get resource. So get resource as stream, and in the argument of get resource as stream you can give the path of your image. So my image is in img folder, so just write /img/ your image name. So my image name is icon.png, right? And now I can copy this image icon object and I can go to this tree item constructor here, and after the name of the item I can give the new image view. So just write new image view, and inside the image view constructor you just pass this icon. Okay, and save your code and run it, and now I can see this folder image is set to my root. Okay, and same you can do for all the nodes. So what you can do here, you can just copy this line of code and paste it to every tree item constructor. Okay, and save your code and run it once again, and now you can see this icon is added to every node of our tree view. Okay, so in this way you can use tree view in JavaFX. In the next video most probably I'm going to show you how you can add some action event to the tree view. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video I have shown you how to use tree view in JavaFX, and I have shown you how you can add the root and nodes to the tree view in the last video, right? And I have also shown you how to add these icons to the tree view. Now in this video we will see how we can add some mouse click event to these nodes, right? And I'm also going to show you how you can expand these root nodes in the tree view. So for example, right now when I run the app, my root node is collapsed, right? So I need to expand it and expand it once again to go to the sub nodes, right? But for example, I want to present the user the expanded nodes, then how can I do that? So let's see how can we do that. So in my initialize method, which I've created in the last video, I have created this root. So I want this root to be expanded, so I can just take this root and call the method called setExpanded and make it true. Okay, and just save your code and run it once again. And now you can see our root node childs are expanded. So root node childs were node A, node B and node C, so they were expanded. But right now node A also have some child nodes, so we want to expand these also. So how we can do it? We can do in the same way, just copy this code and paste it here. And now we want to expand the node A, so just call node A dot set expanded is equal to true, and then run your code once again, and now your whole tree is expanded. Okay, now suppose I want to add a event to this tree view, so that whenever I select some element, I want to access the name of the node. So what I can do here, I can just create a method, public void, and for example I can name my method as mouse click, and as an argument I'm going to pass an argument called mouse event. So just pass an argument called mouse event and name it, and inside my method, first of all what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an instance of tree item, and then I will say this is the item object, and then I will take my tree view object, which is this one, and just paste it here, then just call get selection mode, and then call get selected item. Okay, and now you can just print the value. For example, you can just write sys out, and then you can just call this item here dot get value, and this will give you the selected item name. Okay, now one more thing we need to do here is we need to take this mouse click event and we need to connect it with our fxml file. So just copy this method and open your scene builder where you have this tree view, select your tree view and go to the code category here and search for the event called context menu requested and paste this method there. And one more place you need to paste this method name is on mouse clicked here. Okay, so just call this method mouse click on context menu requested and on mouse clicked. Okay, save your code and then go to your Eclipse project, refresh your project and run it once again. Now when I click on some item here, it's going to print the value of the item in here, right? So for example, I select or single click node A, is going to print node A. For example, I single click node C1, is going to print node C1, or I can just click node C and it's going to print node C. So this is how the single click is working. For example, you want to print the value on double click. So when I double click here right now, it's printing 2 times, right? So let's add a double click here. So you just need to add this condition here. So just add a if statement and call this mouse event here, and then call a method called get click count. Okay, and we will count these clicks, and if this mouse click count is equal to 2, which means double click, then we want to execute our code here. Okay, so just add this condition here and save your code and run it once again. And now when I single click on any item, it's not going to do anything, but when I double click on item, then it's going to print the value of the item. Okay, so in this way you can add this mouse event to the tree view. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use file chooser in JavaFX. So first of all, what is a file chooser? So for example, when you go to some software, and for example in Eclipse IDE, when you go to file and then click this open file, and this dialog opens, which is for choosing the files. So this is due to file chooser in JavaFX. So you can use file chooser to open this kind of dialog to select the files. Okay, so let's see how we can use file chooser in JavaFX. So I have created a basic project in which I have this main.java class, in which I have added this main.fxml file, and I have created this fxml file which is right now blank, and I have this main controller.java class which is also a skeleton, so nothing in there. Okay, now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to just open my main.fxml using scene builder, and this is my main.fxml, and in here I'm going to choose some controls here. First control is to take a button, so I will take 2 buttons, and I will take a list view from here to display the file names. Okay, the first button, I'm going to change the text of this button to select one file. Okay, so using this button we are going to select a single file, and the second button I'm going to name it as select multi files. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this code category here, and I will choose the first button and I will give it any ID. So for example BTN1 for the first button and BTN2 for the second button. Okay, and I will give this list view ID, so just write list view here. Okay, so we have given the ID to all these 3 controls here. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to add the controller class here to this fxml file. So go to the left hand corner here and choose the controller from here, and choose your application.main controller class which we have created. Okay, now save your code and go to your Eclipse IDE, and once again refresh your project. And now we are going to write some code for this. So we are going to declare 3 variables, 2 for our buttons and 1 for the list view. So I have created these 3 variables, button 1, button 2 and list view, and don't forget to give the same name as you have given here. So ID must be same for the button 1, button 2 and list view as you have declared here. Okay, now what we are going to do here is we are going to create 2 methods here, one for button 1 action event and second for button 2 action event. So I have created these 2 methods. First is for button 1 action perform method, and second is for button 2 action perform method. Now I'm going to go to my first button action perform method, and in here I'm going to declare a file chooser object. So file chooser fc is equal to new file chooser, and just import file chooser from JavaFX stage, and then take this file chooser object, and first of all we will declare a file object which will give us the selected file. So just write selected files, and then take your file chooser object and call a show open dialog method here, and as an argument just pass null, and then you can just add the imports here for the file. So just add this java io import, and then just check for the selected file if it's null or not. So just choose this selected file, and if it's not null, then we are going to display the selected file. Otherwise we are going to say that the file is wrong. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to take my list view to show the files. So just take list view and call a get items method here, and then call add method, and then you can add your selected file, and to get the name of the file you need to call this method called get name. There are so many options you can choose here. You can choose get absolute path, which will give you the absolute path. You can choose get name, which will give you the name of the file. You can choose parent file or absolute file, or there are so many options. Whatever you want to print you can choose from here. Right now I just want to print the name of the file, so I will choose get name, but you are free to choose any other method, right? And otherwise we are going to just say sys out, and we are going to print in console that file is not valid. Okay, now save your code and take this method name, and we need to link this method name to our fxml file. So go to scene builder, select the first button here, and go to the codes and select this method which is button1 action from here. Okay, same you can do for a button 2, so that whenever we write the code it will be there. Okay, and then save your fxml file and refresh your project here, and then run your project. So my app is running now. So when I click this first button here, it's going to open this file chooser, and I can choose any file from here, and it's going to print this name here, test.html, for example. Okay, instead of using this get name, you could have used, for example, get absolute path, or get parent file, or any other method. For example, let's say we choose here get absolute path. Okay, and then save your code and run it once again, and choose any file once again, for example test.html, and now you can see in the list view it's printing the absolute path here. Now there are some options which you can choose with this file chooser. So you can just take your file chooser, and for example you want to set the initial directory which you want to open with the file chooser. You can just call set initial directory, and inside this brackets you can just write new file, and as a constructor you can give the path which you want to open. So for example, I want to open some specified path. I will just take some path and just give it here, and then replace all your backslashes by double slashes. Okay, and save your code and run it. And now when I click this button, it's going to open my specified directory whose path I have given here. Okay, now for example you just want to open the PDF file, so you want to filter the files which you want to show to the user. You can use fc dot get extension filter dot add all, and inside the bracket you can just write new extension filter, and as an argument you can just give the text which you want to show in the file chooser, and then you can give the filter here. For example, you just want to show the PDF file, you can just write asterisk.pdf here, so it's going to only show the PDF file, and then fix the import for the extension filter. Just import extension filter from here, and then run your code. And then when I click this select one file button, and then I will browse for some path here, and now you can see it only shows the PDF file. So you can see here this is the option we have given, so PDF files, and it's filtering the PDF files on the basis of our filter. Right, now let's say we want to choose the multiple files. So I'm going to copy the same code and go to the second method which I have created for the button 2 and paste it here. And here we are going to just change one line of code, which is this line, and instead of using file we are going to use the list of files. So just write list and then just use the list of file, and you can say selected files here. And instead of using show open dialog, we are going to use show open multi dialog. Okay, so just call show open multi dialog here, and add the import for the list from Java utils. Okay, and this is now multi files, and inside the if condition I'm going to add a for loop to iterate over the list of files. So just use this for loop which says int I is equal to 0, I is less than selected file, which is our list dot size, and then I plus plus. And inside the for loop we are going to add to the list view one item at a time. So just take this selected files, then call a method called get, and you can provide the index of the selected list using this get. So just pass I here to iterate over the list. Okay, and then save your code and run your code once again. And now I'm going to select the second button, and I'm going to browse for some location, for example this, and now I can choose multiple files from here, or I can choose all the files, and then I will click open, and now you can see all the files are listed in the list view. Okay, so in this way you can use FileChooser in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn about JavaFX properties. So first of all, let's see what are JavaFX properties. JavaFX properties store the inner state of a control and allows us to listen to the state change from JavaFX UI controls. That means you will be able to perform an action when the value is changed in the property, right? Now there are two kinds of properties in JavaFX. One is read-write property and other is read-only properties, right? Now to add a property in JavaFX, you need to import this library, which is javafx.beans.property.whatever property you want. Okay, now the example of read-write properties are these. So you just need to add, for example, javafx.bean.property.simple_string property. This is for declaring a string property. In the same way you can declare an integer property or boolean property or double property like this. So you just need to add simple and then what kind of property, for example double, and then the property. Okay, so simple double property, simple integer property, or simple boolean property. Okay, in the case of read only property, you declare it something like this. So you just write javafx.beans.property.read only boolean wrapper, for example, or read only integer wrapper, or read only double wrapper, or read only string wrapper. Okay, now these are the examples of the read-write property and read-only property. So how you can define a read-write property in JavaFX? So for example, you want to define a string property, you can use this keyword called string property. Value is equal to new simple string property, and in the constructor you can give some initial value to this string property. It will work same as string, but it has more functionality than string. Okay, now because it's a read-write property, you can call the set method on your simple string property and change the value of it. Okay, so the initial value we have assigned here is JavaFX, and using set method on the value object you can change the value to, for example, JavaFX tutorial. Okay, and to access the value you call a get method on your object, right? So for example, you want to print the value of this value object, then you can use system out print line, and you can call get method on this value property. And what will be the output? The output will be the JavaFX tutorial, because initially the value we have assigned was JavaFX, but we have changed this value using the set method, so the new value which will be printed is this value. Okay, not this value. Now in the case of read only, you can define a read only property in two steps. First is defining an object of read only whatever wrapper, for example read only string wrapper, and then the object name is equal to read only string wrapper, and same as read write property you can assign some value using the constructor, for example JavaFX, and then you can make a read only string property out of this using a method called get read only property. Okay, so you can define read only string property, and your object name, for example read only value, is equal to value dot get read only property. Now let's take an example to understand fully how these properties work. So I have created a JavaFX project here in which I have this main controller.java class, main.java class, in which I am just opening a primary stage, and I think you know this code by now if you are following my video, right? And I have this blank fxml file. Okay, now I'm going to create a new class here in the application package, and I'm going to name it as, for example, my number. Okay, and to add a property, what I've told you, you need to import this java.beans.property.asterisk, right? And now we are going to declare for example, in normal condition you will declare a private variable, and for example you want to declare a double data type variable, and I will say this is our number variable. Okay, and then to get and set the number value, you can make two methods which are getter and setter for this number. So for example, I will right click on this code, and I will go to the source, and I can just call generate getters and setters. Okay, and I will click OK, and it's going to give me this getters and setters. But in the case of property, you declare this property with the name double property here. Okay, and in the getter, what you will do is, first of all, we will check if our number property, for example, so this is our number property, if it's null or not. So for example, it's not equal to null, then what I told you, you can call a get method on it. So just call get number.get, otherwise you can return a 0 value. Okay, so just return 0. This is the default value we are returning. In the case of setter, you cannot set it directly, right? You need to have this simple double property, and then using this you need to then set the property using the set method. So first of all, we will create this property using a method, and I'm going to create this method called public final double property, which returns double property, and then I will name my property as number property. And first of all, I will check if it's null, and if it's null, then I'm going to initialize it. Okay, so in a way, first of all, we need to initialize this property using new simple double property, and the default value I'm giving here is 0. Or if it's already initialized, then I will just return this double property, which is number in our case, right? Now every method you define here should be final here. Okay, now to set the number, what you can do is, instead of using this dot number, you can use this function which we have created, which returns the double property, and then call a set method on it. So using set, and then set this number here which we are passing from the argument. Okay, so this is how you can define a property in JavaFX. You have a class, and then you have a property variable, and then you declare setter and getter for this property, and this whole class is called a Java bean. It's a concept in Java for declaring the properties, right? Now let's go to the controller.java class, which is our main.controller.java class, and right now it's blank. So let's implement initializable interface first. So just call initializable, and implement the unimplemented method here. So just use add unimplemented method, and it's going to create this method called initialize. Okay, and now we are going to create a instance of this my number class which we have created. So just write my number, for example my num is equal to new my number. Okay, and first of all let's set the default value inside this initialize method to it. So my number dot, for example, set number, and default value let's give it 0. And now let's declare a label here. So this we are going to use to set the value. Okay, so just declare this @fxml private label and then label status, and don't forget that this should be final here. Just add this keyword final before initialization of your object. Now just take your my number object from here and go to your initialize method, and then we are going to call this number property method which we have declared inside this my number .java class, right? So we have declared this number property method, right? So we are calling this method here, and then we will add a listener to it. So just use add listener method, and inside the argument you need to add new change listener. Okay, so just add change listener, and it takes an object, so just pass this object here, and now just click this bulb which shows the error, and it will tell you to implement the unimplemented method. So just click this add unimplemented method button, and it's going to implement this changed method. Now inside this changed method, what we are going to do is we are going to take this label and set on this label the value of the number. Okay, so just take this label and then dot set text, and because we want to set a text and we have a number, so we need to convert this or cast it. So just write new double, and then you take your my number object and get the value of it. So we have declared a getter for it, get number, so just call this method and then just call to string to convert it to the string. So what we have done here, we have added a listener to our property. So whenever the number is changed using a set method, then the label is also set with the new value. Okay, now let's declare a method which we can call using a button click. So just add a public method, and the return type would be void, and the name of this function will be, for example, btn click. Okay, and just add this argument which is action event and give the variable name event. And inside this button click function, what we are going to do is we are going to change the value of number using this my number object. So take this my number object, and then we will call the setter method which was set number, which we have declared. And once again, for example, take this object and we will call a getter to get the current value of the number, and then we will just add 1 to it. So in a way we are increasing the value one by one. Now observe here that we are not directly setting the value to the label. We are just changing the value of the number using the number class. Okay, and when this set method is called and the property is changed, it's going to call this listener on this property, and it's going to set this number to this label using this add listener method. Okay, Now let's add some design using fxml file. So just right click on your main.fxml and open with scene builder. And I have already given this default size to the anchor pane. So pref width is 300 and pref height is 300. And now I'm going to take some controls from here. So take a button from here, which we will use for the button click event, and take a label from here. Okay, and this we will connect it from the label which we have declared, right? Now first thing which we are going to do is we are going to connect our controller class to this fxml file. So just go here at the controller and then choose your application.main controller class, and then we will give the ID to this label. So go to the code, and the ID will be the ID which we have declared, which is label status from here. Okay, so just give the same ID here and select your button and go to onAction method here, and then choose the method which you have declared. So just copy the name of this method, button click, and paste it here. Okay, and now save your code and now refresh your project. So right click and refresh the project, and now save your code and run it. And now our app is running, and when I click this button, see what happens here. So I click the button once and the value becomes 1.0. I will click the button again and again, and the value increases by 1 every time when I click the button. Okay, now this is happening due to the change of the property. So if you can see here in the method button click, we are not setting the value to the label, right? We are just setting the value to the property, and this property triggers this add listener method, which sets the value to the label. Okay, so this is how the properties work. So whenever you change the property value, you can trigger some event, for example setting some value or doing some other task. And by the way, in the main method, just call application/main.fxml file, right? So in this way, you can use properties in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video, we have seen what are properties in JavaFX and how to use properties in JavaFX. Now in this video, we will see what is binding and how to use binding in JavaFX, and we will see how to use specifically unidirectional binding in JavaFX. So first of all, what is binding? So JavaFX property binding allows you to synchronize the value of two properties so that whenever one of the property changes, the value of other property is also changed or updated automatically, right? So for binding, you need to have properties. Now there are two types of binding. One is unidirectional binding, which we are going to see in this video, and other is bidirectional binding, which we will see in the next video how to use it. So let's get started and see how unidirectional binding works in JavaFX. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the last video code which I have shown you in the last video. So in the last video, we have created this class in which we have created the number property, and we have set the getter and setter for this property, and we have created an extra function to access this property, right? And in the controller, what we were doing is whenever we click the button, it was changing the property, and as a result it was displaying the number on the label, right? So just we will continue from the last video. So if you haven't seen the last video, just see it and use the same code in this video. Okay, now what we are going to do first is we will open our main.fxml file. I have already opened it, and in the last video we have used a label and a button. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the controls and I'm going to use one more button here. So this button I'm going to use to increment the value, and second button I'm going to use to decrement the value. And let's say we are going to use ProgressBar in this video, and I will show you how you can use ProgressBar and let's say ProgressIndicator also. ProgressIndicator and ProgressBar almost works in a similar fashion, so you can see both at the same time how they work. Okay, so just take a ProgressBar and a ProgressIndicator. Now go to the properties of this ProgressBar, for example. So click here, properties, and the first property here is progress, right? Now when you increase this slider, you can set the initial value to this ProgressBar, and this ProgressBar works from 0 to 1. Okay, so the maximum limit is 1 and minimum is 0 by default. So whenever you set your bar at the middle, it will be 0.5, right? Same works the ProgressIndicator. So it works between 0 and 1, and when you slide the slider to 50%, it will show the 50% on the ProgressIndicator. Okay, so let's see how we can manage these indicator and progress bar using these buttons. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some ID to this progress bar and progress indicator. So go to the code and select your progress bar, and for example the ID is PB for progress bar, and select progress indicator, and the ID I'm going to give it is PI for progress indicator. Okay, so progress bar is PB and progress indicator is PI. And one more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a method here. So I have already created this button click method in the last video. I'm going to create one more method, for example button to click method, which I'm going to create in this video to decrement the value. Now save your fxml file and then go to your project and refresh your project here. And now in here, first of all, we will declare the variables for progress bar and progress indicator. So inside your main controller.java class, just declare these two variables, which are progress bar and progress indicator, right? And this must be same which you have given in fxml file. So we have given for progress bar PB and progress indicator PI ID, right? And just add the import for progress bar and progress indicator. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to take our progress bar variable, and then we will call a method called progress property on it. And to bind the progress property to any other property, we use a method called bind. So just call a method called bind on it, and then it takes the property as an argument. Okay, so we already have created in our myNumber.java class this function which is number property. So just copy this number property function name, and then go here and take your myNumber class object, which was myNum, and then call this number property here. So what this code is doing, it's binding the property of the progress bar to the property of this number class. Okay, and it's doing it in one direction. So whenever the value of my number changes, the progress bar will be changed accordingly. Okay, And the same we are going to do with ProgressIndicator. So just copy the same code, but just change this variable name here. Next, what we are going to do is we have already created this button click event for this button, which is button 1. And now we are going to create the second method for the button 2. Okay, and we have named the method for the button 2 here. You can see here we have named it button 2 click. Okay, so just give the same name here, and in here we are going to subtract from the value of the number. Okay, so because ProgressBar limit is in between 0 and 1, so what we are going to do is we are going to increment the value by 0.1. So 0.1 we will increase whenever we click this button, and we will decrement the value, so minus 0.1. Okay, so we will decrement by 0.1 and we will increment the value by 0.1. And let's change the text of these buttons so it will be clear that this is positive and this is negative button. So just select your button and go to the property, and let's change it to plus symbol and the other to minus symbol. Okay, and save your fxml file and refresh your project in Eclipse and save all of your code and run it now. So our app is running now. So first of all, I'm going to just click this positive button and let's see what happens. So whenever I click this, it's increased by 10% or 0.1. Okay, once again 0.1, and you can see the value in the label here, right? So it's increasing 10% at a time, and whenever you click this negative button, it's going to decrease the value in the progress bar and the progress indicator. So this is how unidirectional binding works in JavaFX. And why it's called unidirectional binding? Because whenever we change the value using this button, the progress bar progress changes, but opposite is not true here. So we can't change the value or any properties in the button whenever we change the progress bar, right? It's only one directional. So whenever you click the button, it increases or decreases the value in the progress bar, but you cannot make it bi-directional because you cannot set any value to the progress bar or progress indicator. And this is exactly what we are going to see in the next video, how we can achieve the bi-directional binding in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how to use unidirectional binding in JavaFX using properties. In this video, we will see how to use bidirectional binding with an example. So let's get started. So I have created this sample project in which I have this main.java class, in which I have added this main.fxml, which I have created here. Okay, and I also have the main controller. Okay, and by now I think you know how to create them. Everything right now is blank, so I'm going to first of all open my main.fxml file using the scene builder. Now in the scene builder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the controls and I'm going to take a slider from here. Slider can be of two types, horizontal slider and vertical slider, and both works in the same way. So right now I'm going to take a horizontal slider. Okay, and I'm going to take a text field from here. So take a text field, and now I'm going to give them some ID. So for the slider, I will go to the code and I will give the fx ID slider to it, and to the text field I'm going to give the ID field, for example. Okay, and save your code And one more thing I want to do here is I want to link my controller class to this fxml file. So go to this controller category on the left hand side, and then just choose the application.main controller from here. Okay, and then save your code and then go to your Eclipse IDE. Here first of all we are going to implement initializable, so just implement initializable and implement the unimplemented method from this initializable interface. And now we are going to declare the slider field and the text field. So I will just create these two fields and I will import the slider JavaFX scene control from here. And one more thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to just declare a private static variable. So private static final double, and I will say this is my initial value for the slider. Okay, and I'm going to set it as 50 for example. Okay, now I'm going to go to my initialize method, and in here we are going to first of all take the slider object and we are going to set the value here. So just call a method called setValue, which takes the double as an argument, which is the initial value we want to provide. And initial value in our case is 50. So just pass this initial value here, and then you need to take this field from here and we are going to set some initial text to it. So just call set text and it takes the string, but we want to pass this double as a string here. Okay, so we will just write new double and then take your initial value from here and pass it here and then call a toString. Okay, so it will convert this double value to string. Now next what we want to do is we want to set the bidirectional property to this text field, so that whenever we change the slider, the text field text is changed, or whenever we change the text on the text field, then the slider value will change. Okay, so take your field and then call a method called text property. Okay, so just call this text property and then we will call a method called bind bidirectional, which is for setting the bidirectional property. Okay, and we are going to take this, and now this takes two arguments. First argument is the property of the element which we want to set, so we will just take this slider and then call value property of it. Okay, and the second argument is the format of the property we want to change, and in our case we want to change the numerical property, right? So we will just call number format and then we will call a get number instance property on it. Okay, so just call get number instance. Okay, that's it. Our code is finished now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to save my code and I'm going to right click on my project and refresh it, and then I'm going to run my project. And my app is running now, and you can see the initial value we have set to the text field and the slider is 50. So slider is in the middle because the minimum value of the slider is 0 and maximum value of the slider is 100. Okay, so we set 50, so it's in the middle. Now let's change the slider value. So see if what happens in the text field. So whenever I change the slider from here, it's reflected in the text view, right? Now because it's a bidirectional property, we can set some value here, for example 70, and the slider goes to 70, right? Or for example 10 and the slider goes to 10. Okay, so it's kind of bidirectional binding, so its value is set in the both ways. Whenever you change the slider, it changes the value in the text box, and whenever you change the text box, it's changed the value in the slider. And this is how bidirectional binding works in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use menu bar in JavaFX. So let's get started. I have created this sample project and I have named it as menu bar, and inside this application package I have this main.java where I have changed this default line of code which adds a main.fxml file, and I have also created this main.fxml file which is right now empty, and I have created this main controller.java class which is also empty right now. Okay, so first of all what we are going to do is we are going to open our main.fxml file in Scene Builder. Now once your fxml file is open in Scene Builder, you can just select your anchor pane and delete it, and this time we are going to use border pane. So go to containers here and then search for border pane and drag and drop here. Now the border pane has some sections. You can see it has top, left, center, right and bottom, right? Now in order to add a menu bar in this border pane, what you can do is you can go to controls. There is a section called menu also, but you will not find menu bar here, but you will find menu bar in the controls, right? So search for menu bar in the controls and then drag and drop on the top section of your border pane. Okay, so it will stick to the top, and let's preview this how it looks like. You can see by default it has 3 menu items, and then you have this close sub item also, right? And now to add some more menu items, first of all let's see inside this menu bar. So you can just go here, select your menu bar and expand it, and you can see 3 menus are here. One is file, which is this one, other is edit, which is this one, and third one is help, which is this one. Now when you expand more, you can see menu items. Okay, so first menu has one menu item which is close, second menu has one menu item which is delete, and third menu also has one menu item which is about. Okay, now in order to add more menu items inside your menu, what you can do is you can go to menus category here and take a menu item and then drag and drop inside your menu. So for example, I want to have this menu item inside the file menu. I can drag and drop, and wherever you want to insert it, just leave it there. Okay, and here you can see there is a box here. Here you can give the name to your menu item, right? So for example, I want to make some menu something like this. So I will add this open name here, okay, as a menu item. So I will just write open. Okay, and I'm going to add one more menu item inside the file, and I will drag and drop here, and let's see what can we do. Save, for example. Okay, so save. Okay, and press enter, and let's preview as it once again. And now we have 3 menu items inside the file menu. Okay, now you can also have menus inside the menu. So for example, I click this file here, you can see this new from template, and this is one more menu inside a menu because it has its own menu items like this, right? So what we can do here is we can just take a menu from the menu category and drag and drop inside the file menu, for example here, and now this menu has its own menu items, right? So you can rename this menu like this. For example, let's say what we can do. For example, it's our import menu, so I will just name it as import, right? And then it also has its own menu items. You can see by default it has one menu item, and for example import has fxml and media, so we can add as an menu item fxml, and let's add one more menu item in the import menu, and it will be our second item, which was media. Okay, and then save your code and preview it once again, and now you can see you have this menu, and under the menu you have more sub menus. Okay, now our menu also has this separator line to separate the menu. You see there is a little line separating the different menu. Okay, so let's add this separator menu line. So just go to the menu and just pick this separator menu item and drag and drop to the menu item in which you want to provide the separator. For example, I want to provide the separator between close and open. I will just drag and drop this between close and open, and then I can preview it now, and when I see it, you can see this separator line between close and open. Okay, so this is called a separator. Now for example, I want to give some action to the these items, right? So I will once again preview, and for example I have this close menu item, and I want to give this action to this menu item, that whenever this close is selected, then I want to close the application, for example. Okay, so in here I will go and select my menu item, which is close, and I will go to the code here, and in here I can give an action. Okay, so I will just say it will call a close app function. Okay, and then just save everything, and then go to your app and refresh your project once again, and here also save everything, and go to the controller now here, and first of all we will implement the initializable class. So just implement initializable and then add this unimplemented methods, and then in here what we are going to do is we are going to create this function, which is public void and the button action, right? So just write public void and take the same name as you have provided here for the close on action event, right? And then give the argument action event, and then name the argument name, and then inside your method what you can do is you can call these two lines of code. One is platform.exit and second is system.exit, and which takes an argument 0. Now just add this import, which is JavaFX application platform, and then error will go. And this code, what it does is it exits from your platform, which is JavaFX, and this helps you to close your app. Okay, now one last step which is remaining is we want to connect the controller class to this fxml file. So just open this fxml file, go to the controller category here and choose application.main controller. Okay, and now save everything once again and refresh your project once again, and here also save everything and run your project. And now you can see our project is running and it has this menu items, and when I click close, my app is closed, right? So once again I run my application, and when I click close, my app is closed, which is due to these two lines of code. So in a similar way you can add action events to other menu items also. Okay, so in this way you can use menu bars, menu and menu items in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn about using checkboxes in JavaFX. Now first of all, what are checkboxes and why do we use it? Generally, checkboxes are used whenever you want to choose one or more items in a list, right? So for example, you want to choose from your favorite sports. What are your favorite sports? There can be number of sports which can be favorite sports, right? Or for example, you want to choose your favorite animal. So it's not necessary that you have to choose one animal. There can be multiple animal or there can be one animal. So in these situations you can use checkboxes, right? Now let's get started and see how we can use them. So I have created this sample project and I named it as checkbox. And as always, I have this application package in which I have this main.java, in which I have added this line of code to add main.fxml, and my main.fxml right now is empty, and I have this main controller which is also empty right now. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my main.fxml file using the scene builder. And in here I have this anchor pane. Now I'm going to go to controls and I'm going to take some checkboxes from here. So I'm going to take 4 checkboxes, 1, 2, 3 and 4. And first of all, I'm going to go to the property of these checkboxes and I'm going to change the name of these checkboxes. So for example, we want to allow the user to choose for his favorite animal, right? So first checkbox, I will change the name of this checkbox as for example dog, and second checkbox I'm going to name it as cat, and for the third checkbox it will be for example cow, and the fourth checkbox will be for example rat. Okay, and next what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give the ID to all these checkboxes. Okay, so I'm going to go to the code and I will give the ID. So for the first checkbox I will give the ID for example CB1. Okay, and for the second checkbox I'm going to give the ID CB2, and for the third checkbox I'm going to give the ID CB3, and the fourth checkbox I'm going to give the ID CB4 for checkbox 4. Okay, so I have all these IDs. Now I need to connect my fxml file to the controller, so I will go to the controller here and I will choose this application.main controller, and then I'm going to create a function inside my main controller.java class. But first of all, I'm going to take some labels so that I can print which items I have selected. Okay, so let's print here the number of items I have selected, and then let's take one more label to print which items I have selected. Okay, so I'm going to make it a little bit bigger like this. Okay, and I'm going to change the label of these two labels, and I'm going to make them empty for now. And the first label name I'm going to name it as label list, for example. Okay, so LBL list, which will give us the list of the items selected. Okay, the second label I'm going to name it as label count, for example, because it's going to give us the number of items we have selected. Okay, so once everything is done, just save your code and then refresh your project once again. And now just go to your main controller.java class and in here we are going to declare these checkboxes and labels. So we have 4 checkboxes and 2 labels, right? So I'm going to declare these checkboxes and labels. So I have declared these 4 checkbox variables and 2 label variables, and keep in mind these names should be equal to the FX ID we have provided for the labels and the checkboxes, right? So for the checkboxes we have the label CB1, CB2, CB3 and CB4. For the label we have label count and label list. So same name I have given here, and I'm going to import the checkbox, and I'm going to import the JavaFX label here. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a public void method to listen for these checkbox event. Okay, so just add a public void method here, and it's going to return nothing, so it's void. And the name of this method I'm going to say it's check event. Okay, and it's going to take one argument, which is action event, and give the name to the argument, which is event, for example. And now inside your method, what we are going to do is we are going to first define a variable which is count, which is going to give us the number of items selected. And second variable, I'm going to declare a string here. Okay, and this string is going to display our message. So let's say it's message here, and I'm going to initialize it by the empty string. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of my checkbox object, which is CB1, and I will create a if statement here and take my CB1 object, and I'm going to call a method called isSelected here. Okay, and this method returns the boolean value. If your checkbox is selected, it's going to give us true, otherwise it's going to give us false, right? So if the checkbox 1 is selected, we will increment the counter by 1, so we know that one item is selected. And then we are going to add to this message string the name of the checkbox. So just concatenate the name of the checkbox. So just write plus equals and then CB1, which is our checkbox object name, dot get text. Okay, so it's going to return you the text. And for example, we want to show each item in different line, so you can add a plus, and then inside these double quotes you can give this backslash and then n to change the line, right? The same thing I'm going to do for other 4 checkboxes. So I'm going to copy this if condition and paste it 3 more times, and this will be our CB2, and in here also CB2, and this is CB3, and in here also CB3 and the CB4. Okay, now the last thing what we want to do is we want to set to our labels the value, right? So we will take our label count variable from here, and in here we will just set the count value to this label. So just write label count dot set text, and then we can just add a message first, for example items selected, and then the semicolon, and then give your counter value or count value here. Okay, in the second label which we have this label list, and inside this label we are going to set the text once again, set text, and in here we are going to set the message. Okay, so that's it. This is our code. Now one thing which is remaining here is we want to add this method in our fxml file. So just copy your method from here, go to your fxml file, and then to each of your checkbox, go to each checkbox and go to on action here, and then choose your method from here. Okay, so for each checkbox you need to do this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 and 4 checkboxes. Okay, and now save your code and then refresh your project once again and then run your code. So our app is running now. So let's select one checkbox, and it prints the name or text on the checkbox, and it also prints the number of checkbox selected. So right now only one checkbox is selected, so it prints 1, right? Let's select the second checkbox, and now you can see both the names of the checkbox and number of items selected. Okay, let's select third, and in here you see 3, and in here you see 3 names of the items, right? And the fourth, right? Now uncheck these and you will see all these items are printed here, and number of items is printed here also. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use radio buttons in JavaFX. In the last video we have seen how to use checkboxes in JavaFX. So how are radio button different from checkboxes? Radio buttons are also used to choose one option out of many options available, right? And checkboxes are also meant for the same. So what is the difference? The difference is, using checkboxes you can choose multiple options, but radio buttons are generally used to choose only one option out of many options. So let's get started and let's see an example and see how we can use radio buttons. So I have created this project which I named it as a radio button, and in my application package I have this main.java file in which I have added this main.fxml, and then I have this main controller.java class which I have created, which is blank right now, and I have this main.fxml file. Okay, so this is just a blank project. I think till now you know how to use them. Okay, so first of all what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my main.fxml file, and in here first of all the anchor pane I'm going to change the layout pref width and pref height to 300 and 300. Okay, so pref width 300 and pref height is equal to 300. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the controls, and in here I will search for the radio buttons, and for example I will give you an example in which conditions you can use radio buttons. For example, you want to allow the user to choose a gender of a person, right? So it can be either female or male, it cannot be both. Or you want to allow the user to choose his age, right? So it can be only one age, it cannot be different, right? So we are going to take an example of the gender selection, male or female, right? So I'm going to take 2 buttons, and I'm also going to take one label here. And first of all I will change the text of this radio button. I will go to the property, and first radio button text I'm going to change it as male, and the second radio button option I'm going to change the text as female. Okay, and the label I'm going to leave it as empty. And now what I'm going to do is I will go to the property of this male radio button, and in here you have some options, right? So let's run this or preview this fxml file using this scene builder preview option. So just go to preview here and then click preview in window, and right now you can see I can select both of the options, but this we don't want, right? We want to choose either male or female, so we want to allow the user to choose either one of them and not at the same time. So how do we do it? there is a property called toggle group, which you can set to allow the user to choose from a group of radio buttons, right? So we will make a group, and in that group we will assign the radio button 1 and radio button 2 to that group, so that they will belong to a toggle group, and then you will be able to choose only one option. So I will just choose first radio button and go to the property called toggle group, and you can say this is my group, for example, okay, or any other name which you want. Okay, so for now I'm going to give it my group, right? And take the same name which you have chosen here, and then go to the second radio button and give the same name here also to the toggle group. Okay, so the toggle group for male radio button and female radio button is same. And save your code, and let's preview it once again. And now we cannot choose both radio button at the same time. Only one is selected, another is unselected. Okay, so when I choose this female, the male is unselected and female is selected. Okay, so only one of them can be selected at a time, right? So this is due to this toggle button. Now if you want to allow the user that this male radio option is always selected, you can choose this option called selected. Just click it, and then it's by default selected. So when we preview it, the radio button will be selected where you have checked this option. Okay, so right now we don't want that, right? Now let's give the ID to these radio buttons. So I will go to the code and select male radio button, and I will name it as RB1 for radio button 1, and second radio button I will name it as RB2 for radio button 2. Okay, and now I will connect this main.fxml file with the main.controller Java class. So I will go to the controller here and select application.main-controller from here, and I will save everything. Now I will go to my Eclipse IDE and refresh my project once again, and now I will go to the main-controller.java class, and in here first of all I will declare these radio buttons, right? So let's declare these radio buttons and the label. So I have declared these radio buttons and the label, and the name should match what we have provided in the fxml file. So we have provided first radio button as RB1 and second radio button as RB2, and we have selected one label also. Let's import this label from here, and then choose the same name for the label and give select your label from here. So we have taken this label, just select this label, and then give the fx ID to this label which you have given here. So the same name to this label here. Okay, save your code and refresh your project once again, and now we are going to create one method, and which will be public void action perform method. So it will return void, and the name of this method we are going to name it as radio select, and just pass this action event method here and give the name to your argument, which is event, for example, and go inside your method. And in here first of all we are going to declare one string variable, and we will name it as message, and we will initialize as a blank string. Okay, now when somebody selects a radio button, it has a property as we have seen in the last video, which is called is selected. So just take your RB1 and then just use the property called is selected. Okay, so is selected, and it returns the boolean value, right? So if the radio button 1 is selected, which is male in our case, what we will do, we will just take this message and assign the value of this radio button or text of this radio button, right? So message plus equals, and then take this rb1 dot get text, and then you can also provide this line break. Okay, so just give \n here, which will provide the line break. In the same way, just copy the same code and paste it here, and this will be rb2 this time. Okay, so rb2. Now once we have the message, we will just display it on the label. So we will just take this label variable and then dot set text, and then the message value. So just provide this message value here. Now once this is done, just take your method name and save everything, and go to your fxml file, select your radio button, go to the code, and in the on action just choose your method name, which is radio select. Same you will do for the female radio button, and same method on action will be selected here. So both have the same on action method. Just save your code and refresh your project and run your project. Okay, so I'm going to right click and run as Java application, and now my app is running. So when I click this male radio button, it prints on the label male, and when I click female radio button, it prints on the label female, right? So male and female, right? So in this way you can use radio buttons in JavaFX. You can use this same radio button for choosing ages, or in a situation where you want to allow the user to choose only one option from multiple options. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use tables using TableView in JavaFX. And for this we are going to use properties which we have learned in the previous videos to populate our table view. So if you don't know how to use properties, just watch that video first on properties and then watch this video. So let's get started. I have created a project called TableView, and in the application package I have this main.java class where I have added this code to call our main.fxml file. I have this main.controller class which is blank right now, and I have this main.fxml file which is also blank right now. Okay, so I think you know how to create these files. Now next what I'm going to do is, first of all, for example, I want to create a table of student information. So student can have his ID, name, surname and age, and I want to populate this data on a table view. So how do I do that? So first of all, for that I'm going to create a new class which I will name it as student. Okay, so first class name is student, and click finish, and this will create this student class. And in here, first of all, I will create 4 variables. First will be private final integer, and this will be the ID of the student. Okay, in the same way I will declare 3 more variables for name, surname and age. Okay, so this will be string variable, and this will be our name variable, and then third variable will be the surname, and the fourth variable will be the age, and the surname is string here. Okay, so because we have declared them as a final, we need to initialize these variables. So let's right click on this class and then go to source, and then we are going to select this option which says generate constructor using fields. Okay, so select this option which says generate constructor using fields, and select all the fields and then click OK, and it's going to generate this kinds of constructor with all the field names, and it's setting all the values like this. Okay. Now next what we are going to do is, let's transfer this variable at the top so all the variables are at the same place, right? Now second thing what we are going to do is we are going to declare the getters for these variables, right? So right click once again on your class and then go to source once again, and this time choose generate getters and setters. Okay, and then select all and then click OK, and it's going to generate only getters because we are already setting the values of these variables using the constructor, right? Now after doing all this, we will change our variable data type to simple integer property and simple string property. I have used this integer and string earlier because I wanted to generate this getters and setters for this class, so it's easier to generate these getters and setters using these data types, right? After generating your getters and setters, you can change this data type to simple integer property for ID and age, and for the surname you can use simple string property. Okay, so for surname and name you will use simple string property, right? So we have done that. Now you can see it's showing this error, and this error says change to the ID data type. So we need to cast this ID to simple integer property. So what we can do, we can use new then simple integer property, and in the brackets just enclose this ID, right? Same you can do for the age. So let's do for the age, and we can do the same for these names and surnames, right? So just enclose it like this, and for the surname also enclose it like this, and we forgot this new keyword here. Okay, so like this. Now if you remember, to access a simple integer property or simple string property, we need to have the method called get on the variable, right? So here it's showing this error because we need to add this method called get on this ID variable, right? So just write dot get. Okay, so add after every variable name dot get method, and it's going to get you the value of this property. Okay, so this is our student class which we are going to use to populate our table view. Okay, now once this is done, we are going to go to our controller.java class, which is main controller.java, and first of all we will implement here initializable, and then you just add the unimplemented methods here, which is initialize. And now I'm going to declare first of all @fxml and then private table view. So just call table view variable from here, and it takes the template variable, right? So we want to create a table of students, right? So just call the student class which we have created recently in these angle brackets, and then give the name to your table. For example, I give the ID as a table itself. Okay, now every table has its column also, so we are going to create 4 columns in the table, and instead of using table view we will use table column now. Okay, so just use table column and paste it 4 times here, and this takes 2 template argument. One is the class name and second is the data type. So the ID data type was integer, right? So just write integer here, and then give the name to your table column variable, which is ID for the first column, right? Same we will do for the age column. So just name it as age, and this will be the name column, and second will be the surname column, right? and just add this string data type here and to the name also. Okay, so we have declared one table view variable and 4 table column variables with the column names, right? Now next what we are going to do is we are going to declare a observable list. So declare a public observable list and name it as list. So this is the list of students, right? So it will also take this template variable, which is student in our case because we have created this student class, and name it as list is equal to fx collection. So just write fx collection dot then call a method called observable array list here, and then close it, and inside this constructor brackets we will add some data to our list. So because it's an observable list of student, we can add this new student constructor here. So just add new student, and this constructor takes 4 variables if you remember, right? First is the ID, so give for example 1. Second is the name, so give any name, for example some name. And then third is the surname, so give some surname. And fourth is the age, which can be something like this, an integer, right? And then using comma separator you can add multiple instances of this constructor, right? So you can do something like this and then change the IDs of all the student constructors. So I have generated this kind of data inside this list here, and make sure the last data doesn't have this comma. Okay, so we have our observable list now, right? Now what we can do is we can take this table variable and go inside our initialize method and call a method called set items on it, and then this takes the observable list. So just provide this list variable here. Okay, now just above this code, what we can do is we can just use our ID variable, and then we can call a method called set cell value factory here, and then we can just add a new property value factory. So just search for property value factory, and it takes 2 template argument as we have given in the table column, right? Student and integer for ID, right? And then in the constructor it takes this name of your column. Okay, so do the same for the name, surname and age. So second is our name, third is the surname, and fourth is the age, and we have to pass this here also, surname here also and age here also, and this name and surname are a string, right? So just add string and string here. Okay, so now we are ready with our code. So we just need to edit our fxml file and add a table view inside this so that we can populate it. So just right click on your main.fxml file and open with scene builder here, and just choose your anchor pane here, and then change the layout property of it. So pref width is equal to, for example this time 500, and the pref height is also, I'm going to choose 500. Okay, and then go to here in the search option and search for table view. Okay, and just drag and drop this table view inside this anchor pane, and to make it stretch to the length and height of this anchor pane, you can just select your table view, go to modify, and then click this option, fit to parent, and it's going to fit to parent. And now right now you can see this table view has two table columns, C1 and C2. So we need to add two more table columns because we have 4 table columns, right? So just add one more table column here. This will be the 3rd table column, and take one more table column from your controls and just drop it here. Okay, so now you have 4 table columns. Now select your first table column from here, go to the property and change the title of it or text of it. For example, first is the ID, second was the name, so just change the name of this also, and then third was the surname, so change the text of this also, and the fourth was the age, so just add age here. Okay, now once you do this, we need to connect our controller to this fxml file. So go to controller here and then choose your controller class, application.controller. Okay, now select your column once again and then go to the code here and then choose the ID of the code, right? So when you just drag here, you can see we have declared the table column variables here: ID, name, surname, and age, right? So select first column and give the first table column variable here, ID. Select second column and then choose the name. Third is the surname, and fourth is the age, right? Now we also need to give the ID to the table. So go to the hierarchy here, choose your table here, and then go to the code and then choose this variable called table, which we have declared here. You can see here, right? And now you can just save your code and refresh your project. And now we are going to run it. So just run your app. And now you can see we have successfully populated our table view with this data. Okay, so this data is same as this data in the observable list, right? You can match it from here, right? So in this way you can populate a table view in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use DatePicker in JavaFX. So let's get started. I have created this sample project which is called DatePicker, and in the application package I have this main.java in which I have added this main.fxml file, and I have this main controller.java class which is blank right now, and I also have created a main.fxml file which is blank right now. So first of all, I'm going to open my main.fxml file in Scene Builder. And in here, first of all, I will go to the search option here and search for DatePicker and drag and drop into my anchor pane, right? Now there are some properties which you can use for a datetime picker. So first of all, let's preview this datetime picker. So go to preview here and then click show preview, and you can see you can choose the dates like this, right? So the week information is not present here, right? So what you can do to show the week information, you can select your date picker, and then you can choose this option which says show week number. Okay, and then it's going to show you the weeks also. Okay, so just check this option and once again preview it, and now you can see on the left hand side the week 45, 46, 47 and the week number, right? There are some other options also. You can set the editable option, which makes your datetime picker editable or not editable. By default it's editable, so you can enter your own date here. For example, 25 for 2015, something like this. Okay, and when you uncheck this option, you can't edit your date. So I am not able to enter any date. You can just select the date, but you cannot edit this date. Okay, now let's see how we can get the date and print on some label. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a label from here, and then I'm going to name my label, for example date, and the label ID also I'm going to change. Label ID will be show date. Okay, LBL for label, right? And the ID for the date picker, I'm going to give it as, for example, DP for date picker, right? Save your code. And one more thing we must do here is to connect our controller to fxml file. So go to controller here and choose application.main-controller. Now save your code here and go to your project and refresh your project, and then go to your main-controller.java class, and in here just declare this date picker and label. Okay, so at the rate fxml private date picker dp, which is the ID which we have given, right? And in the same way we will declare the label. So just declare a label, and the name of the label was, just see the label name here, just copy the same name and paste it here. Okay, and import the label from JavaFX scene controls. Now we are going to create a public void method for listening to the date time picker, right? So it will be public void, and the name is, for example, show date. Okay, and it's going to take one argument, which is action event, and give the argument name, for example event. And then what we can do here is we can get the value which we have selected from the date picker, something like this. So you need to include a local date class. So just use local date and name it as, for example, LD for local date is equal to, take your DP, which is date picker, right, dot get value. Okay, so it's going to return you the date whatever you have selected in the form of local date, right? Now you can take your label and then set the text on this label, something like this. So take your LD variable, which is a local date variable, and then call a method called toString, which is to convert this to string, right? Save your code. And one more thing you need to do here is you need to link this function from your date picker, right? So just select your date picker and then go to the code, and in the on action you just need to choose this show date method from here. Save your code and refresh your project and then run it. So right click, run as Java application, and our app is running now. So I'm going to choose some date, and now you can see the date is printed here, right? Some other date, it's printed here, and you can choose any other date which will be printed here. So this was the short video on using date picker in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn about using WebView in JavaFX. WebView you can use to display some web pages on your JavaFX application, or even you can use your own HTML code to display in the WebView. Okay, so it can be a static file which you have created in the HTML, and you can just call this file and load this HTML file using WebView. Okay, so I have this sample project created, which is WebView, and in the application package I have this main.java file in which I was calling this main.fxml file which I have created, which is right now blank, and I have this main controller.java class which is also blank. So I will start with this main controller.java class. First of all, I will implement here the initializable interface, and then I will just add the unhandled method or unimplemented method which is initialize here. And first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a web view control here. So I will just write @fxml, then private web view, and then just give the name to your web views, for example web view itself. Okay, and then we are going to declare one more variable which is called web engine. So you are going to load this web view using web engine. So just declare this variable private web engine and just name it, for example engine itself. And then what you can do is take your engine variable and put it inside your initialize method, and then is equal to take your web view variable and then get engine, and this is going to load the engine for the web view. Okay, and then you can use this engine to load a different type of web content. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare some more method, and this will be the button click method to load some pages. Okay, so first button method name, I'm going to name it as btn1, and here I will just add action perform event, and inside the method what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this engine variable and then I'm going to call load, and here you can provide a string and you can give the URL of some website, for example https://www.google.com, and what it's going to do is it's going to load this URL on your web view. Okay, in the same way you can declare some more method. For example, I'm going to declare 4 button click method, and I'm going to name them as button 2, button 3 and button 4. Okay, now you can also use this web view and engine to perform some JavaScript tasks. So how you can do it? You can just take your engine variable and then you can just call a method called execute script here, and it takes the string in which you can perform some JavaScript task. For example, I will redirect this page to some other URL, right? Something like this. So just write in double quote window dot location is equal to backslash in the quotes http:// the web URL which you want to open, for example some website name, then once again /, 2 times, and backslash and double quote close and this semicolon, something like this. Okay, so this is going to redirect this page to this URL. Okay, you can also use this engine variable to load some HTML content. So you can just call a method called load content here, and you can add some HTML code inside these double quotes. You can also import HTML file content here and pass it as an argument, but for example I will just write this small HTML code here which prints hello world, and it's going to print the hello world using the HTML code, right? Or otherwise, if you want to reload your page, what you can do is you can just write engine.reload. Okay, there are some more interesting method which you can use using this engine. For example, you can just search for your method which suits your requirement. For example, get history is one interesting method here, and get location, get on alert. So many methods here which you can call. So just experiment with these methods and see what suits your requirements, right? These are just the small examples I'm going to show you how you can work with WebView. Okay, so now our code is done. So we are going to open our main.fxml file and open with scene builder, and just select your anchor pane and then resize your anchor pane. So go to the layout here, and for example I want to give the pref size of 800 and pref width of 600, right? So here what you can do is you can go to the controls and then take WebView from here and drag and drop here. Okay, and we are also going to take 4 buttons. So button 1, button 2 and button 4. Okay, and I'm going to quickly change the text of these button. For example, this is for loading the page. This is for example, executing the JavaScript. Third is for executing our HTML code. So I will just write HTML. And the fourth button is to reload. So I will just write reload. Okay. And then select your first button and go to the code here. And then select your method which you have defined, right? So the first method which we have defined here is button 1, right? But first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to connect our controller with the main.fxml file. So go to the controller here and select application.main controller, and then once again select your first button, go to the code and then select button 1 from here, then second button, and then select button 2 method from here, select third and select button 3 method from here, and button 4 and select this button 4 method from here. Okay, and then we are going to just resize our web view, and we will go to the property here, and in here there is an interesting property in layout which is anchor pane constraints. Okay, and you will see this kinds of square here. So just give on the side 1 and at the top 1 and at the right hand side also 1. Okay, because we have button at the bottom, so we are not going to give any value at the bottom here. Okay, and press enter and then save your code and then refresh your web page. And one more thing we want to do here is we want to add this web view ID to the fxml page. So just go to fxml and select your web view here, and then go to the code and just give this ID web view here. Okay, save your code and refresh your web page and then run it. So now my application is running, and when I press this load button, it's going to open this google.com website, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the second button and it's going to open this second website here, right? And then I'm going to open the third button which prints hello world using HTML, and it prints successfully. Once again I will go to the load button and press it. It opens the google.com, and then I press a reload button, so it reloads the page. Okay, so JavaScript, HTML, and then load and reload. Okay, so in this way you can use a web view in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use pie charts in JavaFX. So let's get started. I have created this sample project which is called pie chart, And in my application package, I have this main.java class in which I'm calling this main.fxml file, which I have created here, which is right now blank. And I also have this main controller.java class. Okay. So let's add some code first, and then we are going to add our pie chart to the fxml file. So go to your main controller.java class, and in here, first of all, we are going to add this pie chart variable. So just write @fxml, then pie chart, and then give the name to your pie chart, for example, pie chart. And then what we are going to do is we are going to create a method which is going to be a public void method. So it's going to be void, and the name of the method, I'm going to name it as btn1, for example, okay, or btn, right? And as an argument, I'm going to give the action event class variable and just declare this event. And inside this method, what we are going to do is we are going to create an observable list. Okay, so just create an observable list, and this list takes this template argument. So the template argument here will be pie chart data. Okay, so just write data, and it's going to give you this error. So just click this bulb here, and you can see it has this JavaFX scene chart.pie chart. So just add this import here, and it's going to disappear your error, and then give the name to your observable list, then fx collection dot observable array list. And then as a constructor argument, what you can do is you can add this pie chart data. So how you can add pie chart data? You can just write new pie chart dot data, and this takes two arguments. First is the section of the pie chart. So for example, the name of the section, right? So for example, we want to make the pie chart for popular programming languages, right? So for example, first language is Java, and the value of it is 50, for example. And then we will give the comma, and same we will copy maybe 4 times more. And the second language will be C++, third language will be Python, fourth will be C#, and fifth will be C, for example. Okay, and I will give some values to these languages: 20, 30, 40, and for example this has 15. Okay, and remove this comma from here. So now we have this observable list. So we just need to take our pie chart, and then we will just say set data, and then set this list variable here. Okay, so this is our code, and now let's edit our fxml file to perform this code. So right click on your main.fxml file and open it in Scene Builder. And in here, first of all, I will go to the layout and select the anchor pane, and I'm going to change the width and height of this anchor pane to 500 by 500. And then I will go to the chart category here, and I'm going to drag and drop this chart control here. Okay, and what I'm going to do next is I'm going to take a button from controls and drag and drop here. Okay, and the text of this button, I'm going to change it as load chart, and the ID of this pie chart will be the same as we have given in the main controller. Okay, so select your pie chart and go to code and give the fx ID here, and save your code, and then we will connect our controller with the main.fxml file. So go to controller and then go to application.main-controller, and then what we are going to do is we are going to select our button, and then we will go to onAction method here and select our method which we have created, which is this one, right? Save the code and refresh your project and then run your project. So right click, run as Java application, and now our app is running. So when I click this load chart button, it's going to load this pie chart, something like this. Okay, and you can see it's showing these names: Python, C++, C#, C, and Java, and the section according to their values, right? So the most significant value here is for Java, which is 50, so it's taking the most of the pie chart, and the least is, I think, C#, which is taking the least section of the pie. Okay, now there are some properties of pie chart which you can change to change the look and feel of the pie chart. So I'm going to close my app and I'm going to open my main.fxml file in scene builder, and I'm going to select my pie chart and then go to the properties here. So the first property you can see here is the title. So you can just give any title to your pie chart, for example pie chart, and it's going to show it here. Okay, now this title you can show on the top or the bottom or left or right using this property called title side. Okay, so when you select bottom, it's going to show the title at the bottom, or if you choose left, it's going to show the title on the left or the right, right? So I'm going to choose this top. Now here is the property called animated. If you check this, then your pie chart will be animated when it's created, or otherwise if you uncheck this, then this animation will no longer be visible. Okay, now legend. What is a legend, first of all? So when you run your app once again, and this is the legend. So here you can see this color and the name of your language, color and the name of your language. So this is your legend, and you can also change the property of the legend. First of all, if you want to show the legend, then keep this checkbox checked, otherwise just uncheck this, and then save your code and refresh your project and run it once again and click your button, and now you can see there is no legend. Okay, so using this selection checkbox, you can choose if you want to show the legend or not. Now legend can be at the bottom or at the top or on the left or on the right. Okay, so for example, we want to show the legend on the left. Just save your code and refresh your project and run it, and when I click this load chart, it's going to show the legend on the left hand side. See here, right? And there are some more properties here. You can see the label visible. And what is label here? So when you run your app, and when you see this label for your sections, for example, here it's printed C++ or Python or C#. These are the labels, right? And you can choose if you want to show the labels or not. And there is a property called label line length. So what is this? Label line length is this line length which joins your section to the label. This is the line, you can see, right? So for example, we can set this length to 1 here, and then save your code and refresh your project. And right now you can see this label line is little bit bigger, right, which is of magnitude 20. Now when I rerun my code and load the chart, you can see the label line is now very short because its magnitude is 1. Okay, so that's the label line. So I will make it 20 once again. Now there is a property called clockwise here, right? So once again, when I run the project and load my chart, you will see here it animates clockwise, you see, right? So it animates in the clockwise direction. Now when you uncheck this option and then save your code and refresh your project and run it once again and load chart, now you can see it animates through the anti-clockwise, right? So this is for that animation. So you can make it check or unchecked, it's on you. Okay, so this is how you can use pie charts in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to use pie chart in JavaFX, and I have given you this example in which I have shown you how to create a pie chart and how to work with some of the important properties in pie chart. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can deal with events in pie chart. So for example, you want to mouse click on some section of this pie chart and you want to perform some events from clicking a mouse or any other event on this section, right? And what we want to achieve here is, for example, we want to display the percentage of this section in a label when I click on this section, right? So let's see how we can do this. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my main.fxml file in the scene builder, and in here in the last video I've shown you how to add this pie chart control and the button. Now in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to controls here and I'm going to take a label first of all, and then I'm going to just resize it, and maybe I'm going to change the font size of this label also. So first of all, remove the text and then change the font size to, for example, 24, and let's change the color also to red. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some ID to this label. So I will go to the code, and in here I will just say status here, and then I will save this fxml file and refresh my project. And now I will go to my main controller.java class in which I have created this method called button to listen to the button action, right? So in here, first of all, I will add this label. So first of all, just write @fxml and then add the label, and our label ID is status, right? So just take the same ID from here and give it here, and then inside your button method, first of all let's import this label from here, and then go inside your button method, and after this pie chart.set data, and in here we were setting the list, which was this observable list, right? So just after that we are going to add a for loop here, and I will write final, and then just write pie chart dot data and give the name to your variable name, for example data, and then because we are setting a list to the pie chart, then we can call this list using pie chart dot get data. Okay, and this pie chart dot get data is going to give you the same list we have set to the pie chart, right? And then go inside your for loop and take this data variable, and then just add get node, and then just call add event handler, and in here it takes two arguments. One is event type and other is event handler, right? So event type, you can say it can be a mouse event, so just write mouse event and then just write dot, and then you can choose one of the mouse event listed here. It can be mouse clicked, mouse dragged, mouse entered, exited, or moved, or anything, right? So just for this example, I'm going to take mouse clicked event from here. Okay, and the second argument here will be the event handler. Okay, so just write instead of this event handler, just write new event handler, search for this event handler method, and it will be somewhere here, so search for it. Here it is. So just take this event handler, and it's going to ask you for the template argument, which is event. So for us the event is mouse event, right? And just implement this unimplemented method. So just click this bulb here, and it's going to show add unimplemented method. Just click it, and it's going to implement this handle method here, which is mouse click event, right, which listens for the mouse click. So in here just take your label from here, and then go to this handle method, and then call a set text here, and then we can call this data variable here, and then it can give us the pi value. So just call pi value, get pi value here. Okay, but because it's going to give you a number, then what you need to do is you need to convert it into the string. So just write string dot value of, and then inside these brackets just call this data dot get pi value. Okay, and because it's going to give you the value in percentage, you can just write here percentage. Okay, save your code and then run it once again, and load your chart first of all. And then when I click any section here, for example this Java section, it prints the value of this section, for example 50%. Okay, otherwise when I click this C section, it prints the value of this in percentage, or C# or Python or C++. Okay, so it listens for the mouse click event for this section. Okay, so in this way you can add some events and actions on the pie chart. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use line charts in JavaFX. So let's get started. First of all, what I've done is I've created this sample JavaFX project in which I have this application package, and inside this application package I have this main.java class in which I am calling this main.fxml file, as I always do, right? And then I have this blank main controller.java class, and I have this main.fxml file. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this main.fxml file using scene builder, and in here first of all I'm going to resize the anchor pane. So just select the anchor pane and just resize it, for example 500 by 500 here. Okay, press enter. And then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the charts here, and I'm going to drag and drop a line chart control inside my anchor pane, and let's resize our anchor pane. And now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go to controls, and I'm going to take a button from here. So when I click this button, it's going to load this chart. So the text of this chart I'm going to name it as load chart. Okay, so load chart, and I'm going to change the FX ID of this line chart here. So go to the code and give some fx ID to your line chart, for example line chart itself. Okay, and then you have some properties for line chart. So go to the properties here, and you can see there is a title which you can give, for example line chart, and press enter, and it's going to show this title on the top. You can move the title to the bottom or the left or the right, but let's stick to the top, right? And you have this legend also. If you want to show the legends, then you can choose by clicking this checkbox here. If you don't want to show the legends, then you can just uncheck this. Okay, and this is the position of the legend where it will be shown. Okay, there are some more properties here which you can experiment with. So just experiment with these properties and then see how it looks like. Okay, the last property here in this section is x-axis, so leave it as default. Okay, because we are going to use x-axis series for our line chart. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the controller to this fxml file. So just go to the controller here and select the application.main-controller.java file, right? So once everything is done, save your code and go to your project and refresh it, and then go to main-controller.java class, and in here first of all we are going to define this line chart. So just write @fxml and then line chart, just call the line chart variable, and it takes two template argument. One is x-axis and other is y-axis. Okay, so if you go to your main.fxml file in your Eclipse IDE, you can see it has two elements here. One is x-axis element, which is category axis by default created by the scene builder, and second is number axis, right, which is y-axis. Okay, so category axis means you can give the first argument here or data type here as string. Okay, and the second is the number axis, you can see. So number means you can give here number, so you can just write number here. Okay, and then your ID. So we have given the ID to this chart as line chart, so just take the same name from here and just close it. Okay, and now I'm going to create a method for the button click event. So just create a public void method, so it's going to return void, and the name of this method I'm going to name it as btn. Okay, and it's going to perform this action event, so just call action event, and inside this button click method, first of all what we are going to do is we are going to declare our x-axis series. Okay, so just call xy chart here, just call it something like this, and then before this template argument we are going to create a series. So xy chart dot series, and we are going to give the same template argument which we have given for the line chart, which is string and number. Okay, and then name your series, for example series itself is equal to new series. So just copy the same thing and paste it here and close it. Okay, now you have your series. So in this series you can add some data. So just call this series variable and then call a method called getData, and then we are going to add the data, and it's going to take this xy chart data variable. So just write new and then take this xy chart from here dot data, and data will be of same type. So just give these two template arguments here, and you can see here it takes the string and the number. So you can just give a string here and the number as the second argument. So for example, we are making some line chart on the basis of some month. Okay, so for example, we can just write Jan, and for example the earning of January is something, so for example 200. Okay, and in the same way you can add more items to this series. Okay, so we are going to just paste it 4 times, and then we have Fab and March and April, right? And the earnings, for example 500, 300 and 600 here. Okay, and then once you have created your series, then you can add this series to the line chart. So just call your line chart and then call a method called getData and then add the series to it. So just add this series variable here. Okay, and then semicolon. Now one last thing which remains is we need to add this function to the fxml file. Okay, so just open your fxml file in scene builder, select your button, go to the on action category here and choose this button method. Okay, and then save everything and refresh your project from here and then run it. And our app is running now. So when I click this load chart button, it's going to load this kind of a chart. Right now, when I click this load chart again, you can see a new line is added and you have 2 legends here, right? And then third legend and fourth legend, and you can see the legends are increasing one by one. Right, so to solve this problem, what we can do here is we can go to our button method, and then at the top, at the start of our method, we can take our line chart and then get data and then clear our chart. Okay, so this is going to clear our chart every time we click the button first and then load the chart. So this problem will be gone. So once again run your app and once again click load chart, and now only one axis is there and you can see only one legend here. Now you can even set the name of the legend using a series. So you can just take this series variable and then you can just say set name from here, and you can give any string variable here, for example month pay here. Okay, and save your code and run your app once again and load chart, and now you can see it's showing month pay. Okay, now one more thing you may ask here is how you can give the label to your x-axis and y-axis here. So let's see how we can give the labels to x-axis and y-axis. So what you can do is you can go to your main.fxml file. In here you have x-axis and y-axis, right? So go to your category axis first, and in here you can give any label by this attribute called label here. Okay, so label is equal to some name, for example my x label, for example. And same you can do for the y-axis. So go to your y-axis and with this number axis property you can add this attribute called label once again and say my y label. Okay, save your code and run it once again and load your chart. And now you can see on the y axis you can see the y label, and on the x-axis you can see this label, right? X-axis label. So this is called label. This is the legend, right? So legend is different than label. Label is this one and this is called legend. Okay, So in this way you can use LineChart in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video I've shown you how to use LineChart in JavaFX. So when I click this button, it's going to load this kind of a line chart. Now for example, I want a line chart with multiple lines. So this is only one line chart, but for example I want multiple line chart. How can I do it? Let's see. So I'm going to continue with my last example which I have shown you, which is this example in which I was creating a XY chart series and then adding it to the chart using this button method. Okay, so I'm going to add the new code to this button method itself. So this was one line. So to add multiple lines, what you can do is you can just copy the same code for the series and then once again paste it here. So you have two instances of series, right? And let's say this is series 1 variable, and just replace this everywhere in the second series, and then you can change the values here. Okay, so for example 400, 100, 800 and 500. Okay, so this is our second line series, and let's change the legend value also. For example, this is pay 1 and this is pay 2. Okay, and to add this new series to the line chart, what you can do is you can just keep this code linechart.getData, but in here instead of using add, you must use add all. Okay, so just use add all, and then you can add multiple series here. So series and then series 1 variable. Okay, now save your code and run it once again. And when I click this load chart button, it's going to give you the two line series. Okay, and you can see the legend here, pay 1 and pay 2. In the same way, if you want a 3 line chart, what you can do, you can just paste it once again, then series 2, and just copy it here once again, and then change the values, for example here, and 650 for example, and this will be pay 3, and then add this series 2 to your chart, something like this. Okay, save your code and run it once again, and now you have a chart with 3 lines. Okay, so in this way you can add multiple line chart in JavaFX. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last two videos I have been showing you how to use line chart in JavaFX. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can handle some event when you click on these points on your line chart. So for example, you want to show the value of x axis and y axis. When you click on these points, how you can do it, let's see. So I'm going to use the same example which I have been using in the last two videos, and this was the code. So right now our line chart has only one line which is using this series. Okay, and I'm using this series to the line chart using linechart.getData.addAll series. Okay, now after this code inside my button click method, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to create a for loop, and inside the for loop I'm going to use final x chart here and then dot data, and it's going to use these two template arguments same as your series, and name it as data, for example. okay, and then you can take your series and then extract the data from it. So just use get data, and this is going to give you the series data. Okay, now just use this data and then call a method called get node on it, and then add a event handler to it. Okay, so event handler, it takes two arguments. First is event type. So our event type is, for example, mouse click event. Okay, so just use mouse event dot and then choose this mouse clicked. You can choose other events, something like mouse entered or mouse exited or mouse moved, but for now I'm going to use mouse clicked. Okay, and then as the event handler you can just write new event handler. So just call this class from here, event handler, search for it down and then add it, and then you have the event here. So this event type is mouse event, right? So just add this mouse event here, and then it's going to give you this error which will say add unimplemented method. So just add unimplemented method, which is going to add this handle method to your code, and then you can show the values of the points on a label. So let's create a label first. So I will go up here and I will add a label variable. So fxml label lbl, for example, and to this label we are going to add some text. Okay, so first add the import for the label and then use this label here dot set text, and then you can use your data variable and then call a method called get x value. Okay, and this is going to give you your x-axis value, which is a string. Okay, so it's perfectly fine here. Okay, so I will add some text before it. For example, so here I will just write x then colon in the double quotes. So just enclose everything in the double quotes, and then the plus symbol, and then once again this double quotes after this plus, and then I'm going to change the line using \n, and then I'm going to just write y colon and then the y-axis value. Okay, but our y-axis value is a number. Okay, so we need to convert this to a number. So what we can do is we can just write string dot value of, and then here you can just call data and then call your get y value. Okay, so just call get y value, and that's it. So now one thing which remains is we need to add this label ID to our fxml file. So open your fxml file, which is this main.fxml file, and we are going to add a label here. So just choose a label from the controls, search for this label, and you can resize it, and you can even change the font size, but I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to change the fx ID of it, which is label. Okay, let's even change the font size of this label. Okay, so no text on the label, just change the font size to, for example, 24, and let's change the color of it to red also. Okay, so now just save everything and then refresh your project. Right click and refresh, and then run your project, and we will just click this load chart button, which will load this chart. And whenever I click on some point, it's going to print the values. So our x-axis is gen, which we have clicked, and the y-axis is 200, you can see. So when you click some other point, it will show the value of these points, x-axis and y-axis here. Okay, now for example, you want to give the tooltip, same tooltip when you hover over these points, right? So what you can do, you can add a tooltip to your line chart. Let's see how we can add a tooltip. So go to your code once again, and inside this handle method, this time what we are going to do is just below the label code, we are going to use tooltip. So just add this tooltip variable here, and then dot install. So just add this install, and it's going to take two method. One is your node. So node, you can get it from this data variable, so data dot get node, and the second is the tooltip. Okay, so just write here new tooltip, and then inside this constructor you can place the same line of text which you have given to your label. Okay, so just copy this text and paste it here. Okay, and save your code and run it once again and load your chart. And when I click this point here, it's going to show this value here, and when I hover over this point, it's going to show this tooltip, you can see here in black, right? So when I hover over the second point, it's going to give me the second tooltip. Okay, and here just click it, and then it's going to give me the tooltip, right? So because I have added this tooltip inside the mouse click event, so I need to click the mouse first on the point, and then it's going to give the tooltip. If you want to change it, you can change it to mouse entered or mouse hovered or any other event. Okay, so in this way you can add event to your line chart.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In this video and the next video, I'm going to show you how you can use media player class in JavaFX, and we are going to create a media player which you can play, pause and load the video from your JavaFX application. So let's get started. In the first video, I'm going to show you how you can create a media view component and load your video in it. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to add some extra functionality in your media player. So let's get started. First of all, create a new project. So I'm going to create a new JavaFX project. So go to others, and in here choose JavaFX project, click next, name your project, for example media player demo. Okay, and then click finish, and inside your project just go to the source folder, and in here you have application folder. So first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to create a fxml file inside our application package. So right click on your application package, go to others, and take a new fxml document, name it as main.fxml. so just name it as main, and everything will be okay. So click finish, and then right click on your main.fxml file. So this is our main.fxml file. Right click and go to source, and then go to generate controller. This is going to create a controller class for our fxml file, and by default its name is main controller, which is fine for us. So click OK, and now we have main.java, main controller.java, application.css, which was created by the project, but we will not use this, and we have main.fxml file here. Now go to your main.java file, and in here we are going to replace these two line with our line which loads our main.fxml file. Right now it's just creating a border pane and creating a scene out of it, right? So we will replace these two line by these two lines which loads our fxml file. As you know, till now we are using these two lines to load the fxml files, right? Now the skeleton of our project is ready, so let's create some media player components and styles. So right click on your main.fxml file and open with the scene builder, and it's going to open your main.fxml file with the scene builder, and just delete your anchor pane first, and we are going to use this time a border pane for our media player. So just drag and drop a border pane component in your main.fxml file here, and then we are going to search for a media view. So just search for media, and it's going to give you this result, which is media views, which you can drag and drop in the center of your border pane here. Okay, now select your media view and change the ID of it. So go to code and change the ID of it, for example MV for a media view, and then we will just add the controller to this fxml file. So go to controller category at the left bottom and just choose your application.main controller from here, and then save your main.fxml file. Go to your project, refresh your project, right click and refresh, and then go to your main controller.java class, and this we are going to implement first of all initializable here. So just write implements initializable, which will tell us to implement the unimplemented method. So click this bulb and then add unimplemented method, which is going to implement this default method here. Now we are going to create an instance or object of media view, which we have created here. So this ID is MV, which we are going to create in this main controller. So just write @fxml and then write private media view. So just add a media view object and name it as MV, as you have given in the main.fxml file. Now we are going to add two more class objects here. One is the class object of media player. So just write media player and name it as MP, for example, and then add an object of media. So just write media and then search for media, and then just name it as ME. Okay, and let's add this private attribute in front of this media player and the media class objects, and then we are going to go to our initialize method here. And first of all, we need a media, so we want to open a video from our media player, right? So we need to have some video somewhere to add it. So there are two ways of adding a video. You can add this video directly from its location. For example, it's located somewhere in your computer and you want to directly give the path of the video location. You can just copy the path from your video location and then use it here. Or otherwise you can create a resource folder here, something like a media package or folder, and inside this place this video and then call it from there. So we are going to use the second method, which is we are going to add a media package here. So just right click on your source package and create a new package called media. So package, and we will name it as media and click finish. And inside this package we are going to drag and drop our video which we want to play. So my video name is vid.mp4, which I'm going to drag and drop inside this media package. Okay, and just say copy files and click OK, and you can see our vid.mp4 is here, right? Now we want to play this video. So what we need to use, we need to have the path of it. So just write string path, and then we will create an instance of a file. So just write file, and it will take the path of the video. So if you can see here, this video.mp4 is inside my source folder. So my parent folder is source, and inside my source we have a media folder, and inside my media folder we have vid.mp4. So just write src slash media slash vid.mp4. okay, and then we want to have the absolute path of it. So just write dot absolute path, but before that we will add our media class. So just import java.io, which will add this media file class, and then just call get absolute path on it, which will give you the absolute path. Now we are going to create an instance of media. So just take this object, which is me, and we will create a new instance of it. So just create new media, and this media takes a few arguments. Basically it takes the source of your file. So just create a new file instance here, new file, and give the path which you have created here, and then just call to URI to string. Okay, so just call to string here. I think we have imported the wrong media class. Instead of this media class, we need to use JavaFX scene media and media class, right? Not this JavaFX print attribute standard media. So just delete this and add this JavaFX scene media dot media class. Okay, so the error is gone. Now we will create an instance of media player. So just write media player is equal to new media player, and this takes an instance of media. So just pass media here, me, and then we will just use our mv object, which is media view object, and we will call a method called set media player. So just call a method called set media player, which takes an instance of media player. Just pass it here, and we are almost done. Okay, so now save everything, save your code, and we are going to run it. So right click your project and run it as Java application, and now you can see your video is loaded in your scene here, right? But you can see here I can resize my scene, but here you can see this video size is not changing, and also this video is not even started, right? It's just loaded, but it's not started. So first of all we will try to start this video, and then we will write the code to preserve the ratio of this video when we resize our scene here. Okay, first of all we will write the code to play our video. So just take this media player object and then call a method called set autoplay. So just write set autoplay, and this takes a boolean argument, and we are going to give it true. So just write true here, which will play your video. Okay, so just save your code and run your code once again.
Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can add JavaFX support in your Eclipse IDE.
So your video is running now, right? I'm going to reduce the volume so you can hear my voice, not the video voice, but the video is loaded and now it's played, right? Now we want to change the ratio of this video size so that when we resize our scene, this video is also resized. So I'm going to close my app, and go to the code here, and first of all I'm going to create some properties here. So first of all I'm going to create a double property here, so just go here and create a double property. So just write double property, and first of all just write width here and take your media view and then just call fit width property. Okay, and same we will do for the height. So just add a double property once again and name it as height, and instead of using this fit width property we will use fit height property. Now import these double property class. So just right click on this bulb or click on this bulb and import double property here. Okay, and now take your width object, so just write width and then call a method called bind here, and then we are going to give some binding here, right? So just write bindings dot select double. So just search for select double from here, and then it takes two arguments. One is the media view select property, and the other is the name of the property, right? So just use your media view here and just call scene property here. Okay, so just write scene property, and the second argument is the width. So just in the double quotes what you need to do is just write double quotes and then you just need to pass width here. Okay, same we will do for the height. So just copy this height object and then replace here with height, and this will help you to preserve the ratio of the video, right? So save everything and then once again run your app, and now you can see your video is resized according to your border pane, right? So we can just resize the scene and it will be resized according to our scene. So you can see here the video is resized. Okay, so this is the code for resizing. Now I will stop this video here, and in the next video we will see how we can add some more properties to our media player. So hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last video I have shown you how you can create a media player using JavaFX. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can add some more functionality to your media player. For example, you want to add some buttons like play, pause, you want to play your video in a faster rate or slower rate, or you want to reload your video. How you can do it I'm going to show you in this video. So let's get started. First of all, go to your main controller class which we have created in the last video. So you need to go through the last video in order to catch up with this video. Okay, so in the last video we have written this code to load our video and then autoplay our video, right? Now we are going to create some methods to play, pause and other functionalities, right? So first of all we are going to create these methods. So just write public void, and let's say our method name is play, and just add action event here and just add an argument event. And inside your method what we want to do is we want to play our video. So just take your MP or media player object and then just call a method called play here. Okay, now in the last video I've shown you how you can autoplay or enable the autoplay functionality for your media player. Now you have your play button, so you may not use this autoplay functionality, or you may not wish to use this autoplay functionality. So I'm going to comment this. If you want to use it, you can use it, right? Now in the same way I'm going to create some more methods, 1, 2, 3, 4, and second method I'm going to name it as pause. Third method I'm going to name it as fast, and fourth method I'm going to name it as slow, and the fifth method I'm going to name it as reload. And I'm going to create two more methods to move your video to the start and the last. So the second last method is start and the last method is last. Okay, now for the pause functionality, you just need to call pause function on your media player object. To make your video fast or run faster, what you need to do is you need to call a method called set rate, which takes a double value. So if you provide here a value of 1, then your video will run in a normal speed, right? And if you write here 2, then your video will run in the double speed of your normal speed. And if you write here 0.5, then your video will run in a slower speed, which is half the speed of your original size. So this is our fast function, so we will run it in the double speed of the normal speed. In the same way, we can set the rate for slower speed, so just write 0.5 here, which will run your video in the half speed. And then to load the video, you just need to call a method called seek here, and which takes an argument which is duration, right? So you can just call your media player and then call a method called get start time. So this will move your video to the start, right? And in the same way, you can just pass the same function here, then your video will be moved to the start. And for reloading, we will add this function which is play, so that your video will be moved to the start and it will start playing. So just write mp dot play. Okay, so this will be your reload function, and this will be your start functionality, which will only move your video to the start, but it will not play, right? Now the next and the last functionality is the last. So we want to move our video to the last, so you just need to call mp.seek, and as an argument you just need to write mp.get total duration, which is the total duration of your video. Now in order to stop your video, you can call a method called mp.stop. So we can in the method start, we can just move the video to the start, and then after this we can stop our video. So just write mp.stop here. Okay, so you can add one more button for this stopping, but I'm going to just add this in the start function, so there is a method called stop from which you can stop the video also. So these are our functions or method which we want to use. Now let's open our main.fxml file, and we will call these method in the button functionality. So right click on your main.fxml file and open with scene builder, and in the scene builder we are going to go to the containers, and we are going to take the horizontal box and drag and drop at the bottom of your border pane. Okay, and then we will go to controls and we will take some buttons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Let's see how many methods we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need one more button. So just take one more button from here and then add the method name. So first button is play, second button is pause, third button is fast, fourth button is slow, fifth button is reload, sixth button is start, and the seventh button is stop. Okay, now let's add these method to these buttons. So select your first button and then go to the code property here, and then in on action method here, or on action event here, just choose the method called play from here. Okay, for the pause, just choose pause. For the fast, just choose fast, and for the slow, just choose the slow method, and then for the reload, choose reload. For the start, choose the start, and for the stop, choose the stop. Stop we don't have, right? So we need to name it as last, right? We have the last method, so just choose the last method. Okay, and then save your code, and then refresh your projects. Right click and refresh, and then run your application once again. And now you can see you have buttons in your applications, right? So for example, I want to play my video. I can just
Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can add JavaFX support in your Eclipse ID. Now,
press the play button, so it will play my video, and now I'm going to pause it. So this is going to pause my video. Now if you want to play the video in the faster rate, we will see this functionality in a moment, but let's reload the video. So just click this reload button, and it's going to reload it and play it. Now let's press the start button, and it's going to place your video to the starting position. And let's press the last button. It's going to place your video to the last position, right? Let me minimize my volume a little, and once again play it, and now it's playing. Okay, now in order to play your video faster, you need to press this button. So let me increase the volume, and let me press this button, and you can just hear it. So it's playing faster, which is 2 times faster than the normal rate. And now you can press slow button, and now it's playing slow. Okay, but when you press play once again here, it's also playing in the same rate. So this time in the play button, you need to add the functionality to set the rate to the 1 or original rate. So you just need to go to your play button, and here you just need to write mp dot set rate, and you need to add 1 here, which will play your video in the original rate. Okay, and run it, and you can check the functionality once again. So in this way you can add these extra functionalities to your media player. And maybe I will add one more video to add volume bar and other functionality.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video on JavaFX tutorial for beginners. In the last 2 videos, we have been seeing how we can create a media player using JavaFX. And we have written a code to load our media file, resize it, and to add some functionality like play, pause, or play faster, or play slower, or move the video to the start or to the last. Now in this video, we will try to add a volume bar to your media player, so we can control the volume of our media player. So let's get started. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my main.fxml file in scene builder. And in this scene builder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for a slider, which is a horizontal slider, and I'm going to drag and drop in my bottom horizontal box or H box, which I have here. Okay, so just drag and drop this slider here, and then you have some functionality of your slider, for example minimum value, maximum value, which is okay for us, 0 and 100. and we can set the initial value also from here, but we are going to set the initial value or value to the slider using the code, not from here, which will be better for us. And then we will just give the ID to our slider. We can say it's our volume slider. Okay, and just copy the name, save your fxml file, go to your project, refresh your project, and go to the main controller.java class. And in here, first of all, we are going to add this slider. So just write @fxml and then slider, search for the slider, and the name of the slider is volume slider, as we have given in the fxml file. Right now, using this volume slider, what we can do is, first of all, we will go to our initialize method, which is like a first method which will be called when this app will run or this class will run. And what we are going to do is, first of all, take the slider and then dot set value. So just call set value, and then we will call our media player instance here, and then we will call a method called get volume. Okay, so just write get volume, and this volume, if you hover over on this method, you can see the default value of this get value method is 1, and 1 means here is maximum value and 0 means the minimum value. Okay, and you can see in the slider, if you observed in the properties, our maximum value for the slider was 100, right? So it's 100 times more. So what we can do here is we can multiply this get value by 100, which will be, you know, proportional to our volume property. Okay, and now in the next step, what we are going to do is we will take our volume slider once again and then call a property called value change property or value property, and then call a method called add listener, and in the constructor of this add listener, we will just write new invalidation listener. Okay, so just search for new invalidation listener, and you can see it has given us this default method using this invalidation listener, right? And inside this invalidated method, what we want to do is we want to set the value according to the value set on the volume slider, right? So just take your MP or media player object and then just call a method called set volume, and this set volume takes a double value, right, which can be taken from the value of the slider. So just take the volume slider dot get value, and this will give you the value in proportional to 100, right? So to convert this value to match with your media player value, you need to divide it by 100, right? In here we have multiplied it, and in here we need to divide it. Okay, and then save your project and build your project, and then run your project. So run it, and now our app is running. So let's play our app.
Hello guys, in this video
and pause the app, and you can see the slider is on 100, right? So the default value which was given by this get volume method is 1, which is multiplied by 100, and this value is set to your volume slider, right? Once again, I'm going to play my video, and then I'm going to move this slider and see what happens with the volume. So you can see the volume has been reduced to the minimum value of the slider, which is 0, right? And you know, as you increase this volume slider, the volume will also increase.
To your Java project, or other is to add a JavaFX plugin.
So in this way, you can add a volume slider to your media player. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now.